extremely sorry for the delay. Public Policy Institute of Social Science, very warm welcome to the G20 Future of Work in Amrit, Kaal in India, the demographic dividend and 21st century skills. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest of honor, representatives from the Y20 secretariats, our lead speakers, the esteemed guests, our scholars, and the delegates. We welcome for Public Policy and Governance. Our Institute of Social Sciences, 30 under the visionary leadership of our chairman, Dr. George Matthew, dedicated to a systematic study of contemporary social and economic issues from an interdisciplinary Center for Public Policy and Governance was established under the aegis of the Institute only in 2022 with Professor Rumki Basu heading our center. With India's presidency of the G20, our role is pivotal in shaping the discourse on skill development and preparing our workforce for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. At such a time, we are honored to be collaborating with the G20Y20 Secretariat to debate and discuss India's transformative potential. Today, we have with us Professor Najma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, as our chief guest. As an esteemed academician and the first woman Vice Chancellor of a central university, she has played a transformational role in institution building, her holistic development, and empowering the recognition, including the prestigious Padma Shri Award. I would request our chairman, Dr. George Matthew, to felicitate Professor Najma Akhtar with a bouquet and a memento. We welcome you, ma'am. It is an absolute honor for us today to have our guest of honor, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. With a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the field of technical education, Professor Sitaram's visionary leadership has been instrumental in shaping the future of technical and engineering education in India. His dedication to promoting innovation, research, and industry-academia collaboration has strengthened the quality and relevance of technical education across the nation. We are privileged to have Professor T.G. Sitaram as a driving force behind AICTE's endeavors to create a skilled and technologically adept workforce for India's growth and progress. I would like to request Dr. George Matthew to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor T.G. Sitaram. We are also happy to welcome the head of delegation of the Y20 Secretariat, Mr. Falit Sajaria. With a passion for youth empowerment and global engagement, Falit has been instrumental in representing the voices of youth and aspirations of the young people on an international platform. We are honored to have Falit Sajaria championing the cause of youth empowerment at G20, and we welcome him with a bouquet and a memento. Ma'am, you let it be. Let George Matthew. You sit. Now, I would request our chairman, Dr. George Matthew, to give his welcome address.
And all present here. Today is a very special day for our Institute of Social Sciences because we are going to deliberate for 2 days a very, very critical issue and how we are going to face tomorrow and day after and the future. The Center for Public Policy and Governance at the Institute of Social Sciences, Rumki Basu, special center institute. The institute is only a walking distance from here. This program was originally scheduled at the institute, but because of some renovation work, it had to be held here. And we especially thank the Delnet authorities for all the arrangements they have done for this very important deliberation for 2 days. The future of work in Amrit Kaal in India, the demographic dividend and the 21st century skills is a very timely topic. In our discussions at the Institute, we were all admiring her pioneering step, and that too with the sponsorship of ONGC. I'm very especially grateful for ONGC. All are waiting to listen to Professor Rumki Basu when she introduces the theme just now. She will be introducing the theme. I leave all that to her. And we are especially honored today with the presence and participation of Professor Najma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, and Mr. Khalid Sajaria, Head of the Delegation Y20. And to get all of them here today, my dear colleague has done a lot of work, and all of you are present here, and we look forward to a very wonderful intellectual deliberation today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Professor Rumki Basu to give the introductory remarks.
Our chief guest, esteemed Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor Najma Akhtar, our guest of honor, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Technical Education, our special invitee, Mr. Khalid Sujaria, G20, Youth 20, Head of Delegation, panel of judges, participants of the Young Researchers Symposium, and members of the audience present here, I welcome you all to this two-day national conference on Future of Work in Amrit Kaal in India, the Demographic Dividend and 21st Century Skills. For India and its 1.41 billion citizens, December 1st, 2022 will remain a memorable day, marking the beginning of G20 presidency events in our country. This is an honor and a great responsibility in the Amrit Kaal of our independence. India's G20 presidency was officially inaugurated with the University Connect program, which witnessed youth engagement on a large scale. The rights of the Global South have long been denied, and collective leadership is needed to strengthen its. India can act as a bridge of sorts between and developing nations today. If education provides us with the information on what we have to do, teaches us how that work will be done. The country's Skill India mission is a campaign to connect with this fact or necessity to keep the pace. The Center for Public Policy and Governance believes in advocacy of policies which can be taken up as matters of conviction to influence choices in governance. Look at these significant facts. Please consider. India has over 800 million people below the age of 35. They need jobs, and jobs need skills. If we skill our young citizens, then by the end of the Amrit Kaal period, that is 2047, 1 in 5 working in the world will be an Indian. India has overtaken China as the most populous country on the planet and is poised for a demographic dividend. The fertility rate declined to replacement level, and with a median age of 28 years, India will have the largest workforce in the world for at least the next 25 years. However, a demographic dividend is not inevitable. It will materialize if India is able to generate jobs for the 1 billion youth within the age group of 15 to 64, transiting the labor market, thereby giving an opportunity to India to be a powerhouse of human capital as the largest producer of human resources in the world. This presents us with an unprecedented opportunity to leverage a phenomenal demographic dividend. India has the largest pool of STEM graduates, and at 47% is the global leader in STEM women graduates. I think you need to clap for that. This youth bulge, if correctly nurtured, will yield critical thinkers, change makers, and leaders who will drive India's growth story in the next few decades. It is imperative now, more than ever, to invest in the overall well-being of this young population through a convergent approach across sectors like health, nutrition, education, and financial inclusion. India's G20 presidency is a good reminder that we must utilize our young population, which means we have a low dependency ratio to achieve sustained and resilient growth. India can become the nerve center for exporting skilled manpower to the world in the next 25 years, the Amrit Kaal period that we are referring to. From mechanization to industrialization, the birth of the internet, and now artificial intelligence automation, these advancements, no matter how tectonic and apparently labor replacing, have had, looking at it retrospectively over a period of time, I would still maintain these developments have had a positive impact on society. Research is the key to our planet's future, and India can hold this key. India's national research enterprise needs unshackling resources for expansion. The announcement of the National Research Foundation Bill is timely. More needs to be done. In a research symposium such as this, which we are going to host, our young researchers should raise the following questions to my mind. Why, despite being a democracy, is India's capacity to deliver material well-being to a large number of its citizens often in doubt? Why is its increasingly more representative system not responsive enough to different sections of the population through its public service delivery systems? New technologies are profoundly reshaping the world of work. The impact of digital technologies on the labor market and the organization of work varies across sectors, countries, and regions. There is a need to better understand the heterogeneity of the adoption and diffusion of new technologies and its impact on work, especially in India and the global south. The Young Researchers Symposium, which is a part of the two-day national conference, will debate on what the worker and the workplace will look like in India in the 25-year run-up to the centenary year of our independence, that is in the Amrit Kaal period. I would like to end by saying that the India story at 75 is an extraordinarily consequential and researchable one. In many ways, I can foresee India moving ahead with decades of great change to overcome the stupendous challenges of our times. But looking at our 75-year history of democracy, how the democratic state is currently transforming will depend a lot on what the world's largest democracy is planning for its youth in the Amrit Kaal period, which could make us a role model with best practices in policy and governance for the rest of the world, not only the developing world. We are very fond of saying we are a role model for the developing world. I would say for the rest of the world as also. The Center for Public Policy and Governance at the Institute of Social Sciences is an interdisciplinary forum for policy research and dialogue, facilitating governance capacity building, advocacy for policy review and change. Through its forum, by the way, is a culmination of a year-long effort through a forum called Youth Connect, which has taken up themes and issues of national and international importance. And we've been doing this for a year now. I'm happy to welcome two outstanding guests at our inaugural session, along with our special invitee from Youth 20, our outreach and collaborative partner for this conference. Youth 20 is our collaborative and outreach partner for this conference. Professor Najma, the country's first lady vice chancellor of a central university, is an educational administrator par excellence. In her university is engaged in capacity and skill development programs of the youth, which has shown outstanding outcomes in raising Jamia Millia Islamia's academic grade rankings. And Madam, and let us applaud her recent success in achieving a medical college in Jamia Millia Islamia which the whole university is celebrating. We need to clap for her most recent effort in actually, the government has given her the permission to open a medical college in the Jamia campus. I also welcome Professor Sitaram, and most of your writings serving paper on the side. And more distinguished person for the keynote has written so many theme. And of course, I had access only to your newspaper writings, so I up to bring you here as to give your keynote address. In his current capacity, he's in decision making, in technical education and skill development in a big way. I welcome you. And lastly, but not this, I welcome delegation Youth 20 for the wonderful you are doing representing the youth, and we are very happy for our efforts here. We are very eager to hear you all in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Professor Najma Akhtar, for her address. Ma'am, do you wish to sit on?
Thank you. Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education, Dr. George Matthew, Chairman, Institute of Social Science, Mr. Falit Sijaria, Head of the Delegation Youth 20, and Professor Rumki Basu, Head Center for Public Policy and Governance, and Mr. Amarendra Khatwa. I met him before coming here, and all the eminent people in the audience, and all my dear students. Good morning. It's still morning, so it is indeed going to be a very good morning with an important topic on which you will be deliberating. First of all, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank Professor Rumki Basu for inviting me to this conference, and I'm very happy to inaugurate this prestigious G20 Y20 National Conference on Future of Work in Amrit Kaal in India. Such conferences are needed very frequently, and more discussions are needed on it because it's for the future. The Amrit Kaal, which is a significant period of coming next 25 years, promising transformative potential in India's progress ahead. The demographic dividend that India enjoys, we keep on talking about it, saying that there's this demographic dividend, but how to actually reach to it and how to make the best of it is to be discussed in such gatherings, where a lot of the people who are discussing are below 28, are youth. And as India enjoys it is a blessing that sets up apart from many other countries, because India has now started planning for almost everything. We were happily celebrating our 75 years, but still more happier planning for our next 25 years. Our vast and diverse youth population forms the backbone of our nation's progress. India's role in G20 as one of the world's largest and fastest growing economies holds tremendous potential to shape the global discourse on the future of work and skill development.
With India hosting the G20 presidency, we have an incredible opportunity to lead by example by investing in human capital. By focusing on inclusive and holistic education, we can ensure that no one is left behind and every individual is prepared to thrive in the dynamic global job market. The Youth 20 segment uh, of G20 is particularly significant as the future of work in India needs to catch pace with the rapidly developing industry and innovations. At Jamia, since it's my university, I'll keep on referring to it. At Jamia, which is my university, we endeavor to provide the youth with necessary tools to make them future ready. Those who are getting into through eminent degrees are also made to learn some skill so that they are future ready actually. We have been updating and modernizing the university curriculum to align it with the current industry trends and demands by integrating new technologies and emphasizing practical learning experiences. We aim to equip students with the 25th, 21st century skills necessary for success in the rapidly changing global landscape. I'm very happy that Jamia Millia Islamia completed its centenary year, standing as a witness and part of the nation's long history, forming a strong anchor to India's progress. As the first woman Vice Chancellor of any central university, it's an honor as well as a great responsibility to create an inclusive space to nurture young minds, catering to the diverse needs of students from various backgrounds and ensuring equal opportunities for them. That means equal opportunities for girls, boys, and every type of uh, division that we have. We have to see that everybody rises. We all walk together. As we are looking at the intersection between the future work and the importance of 21st century skills, the concept of unlearn, relearn, and reskill provides us the direction to harness the benefits of our demographic dividend. It will materialize when the conventional knowledge-based approach is making way for a dynamic set of skills and encompass adaptability, creativity, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and digital literacy. I'm happy to learn that the Young Researchers Symposium has chosen important themes looking at India's changing labor patterns, the demographic dividend, and of course, emerging new trends in forms of the growing economy and MSME sector. I'm sure it would serve as a platform to bring fresh perspective and innovative ideas. Friends, the National Education Policy 2020 is a holistic and futuristic framework based on the foundational principles of access, equality, quality, affordability, and accountability. It aims to build the creative potential of every student in sync with the requirement of the 21st century. I'm very happy that in Jamia Millia we have introduced almost all the major NEP 2020 initiatives and we were awarded a A++ grade from the NAC for that. We cannot complain that we do not have a policy which will give us guidance. NEP 2020 is making us ready for the next 25 years if we implement it properly and in the right spirit. To the bright young scholars present here today, I urge you to embrace this time of transformation with open arms. You are the future of India. The future of the work in India will be shaped by your efforts. and your aspirations. Be fearless in pursuing your passions. Take calculated risks and strive to make a meaningful impact in your chosen field. I'm confident that this conference will be a melting pot of ideas, a platform for enriching discussions, contribute significantly to the broader dialogue on the future of work and skill development. I wish you all a fruitful and an engaging conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your guidance and remarks would positively shape the discourse of the two-day national conference. I would now invite Professor T.G. Sitaram for the keynote address.
The projection is there? Yeah. Namaskar. I think very, very quiet audience. One second. Namaste. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Najma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor, Jamia Millia. Professor Rumki Basu, Dr. George Matthew, and my young friend Khalid Sijaria, representing the Y20, and distinguished people in the audience, and research scholars, the Institute of Skills, particularly which is organizing this event today. Friends, we have heard from both three of them. This is the time where India is looking. Indian young people are looking at jobs. To be employable, you need skills. I represent one of the oldest institutions and the strongest one representing the technical education in the country. Some of you may not know the background of AICTE, so I should briefly tell you in one or two lines. All India Council for Technical Education started as an advisory body to the government of India pre-independence, 1945. And we were as an advisory body till 1987, when large number of engineering institutions mushroomed in the country. That is sometime in 80s and 85 in the state of Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu started large number of engineering institutions. That time, somebody went to court saying that the quality of engineering education should be more emphasized and also restored. That time, 1987, it became a statutory body. So that means a regulator, okay? So this regulator had the first 5 chairmen of this from 1988 to 1993, none other than the cabinet minister of HRD department, MHRD. So I always tell this in a lighter vein, Professor Akhtar. 5 chairmen, among them, 2 went on to become the prime minister of the country. That is Narasimha Rao and VP Singh. Arjun Singh was also the chairman of this. First full-time chairman came in 1993, that is Professor Khanna from Roorkee. That time University of Roorkee, today the IIT of Roorkee. So before moving here, I was a director of the Indian Institute of Technology, but I belonged to an institute called Indian Institute of Science, at Bengaluru. I'm a professor in civil engineering from Indian Institute of Science. Still, I'm on deputation to IIT, then to here now. So this is basically background, and today we assembled here, to talk about plans and action items for Amrit Kaal, and particularly looking at the future of work in Amrit Kaal of India, the democratic dividend and the 21st century skills. Friends, we are celebrating the third anniversary of implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Ministry of Education, and including the AICTE, is having a big event starting from day after tomorrow, 29th and 30th, and we will have all the vice chancellors of the country and all the directors of all the premier institutes in the country. So it's a huge gathering in Pragati Maidan, 2 days, okay, with a lot of exhibitions on innovations, entrepreneurship, startups, and all that happening in a huge auditorium which was inaugurated yesterday by Honorable Prime Minister, and he is going to inaugurate this event on 29th morning. So we're expecting more than 2 lakh people to come and see, and some of you are also welcome, because after Prime Minister leaves the auditorium, I think the hall welcomes everybody to witness the innovations happening in India. Coming from an Indian Institute of Technology, as I told you, these IITs, which started in 1960s, were basically at that time were elite engineering colleges. There nothing more than that, and they remained so until 2000 or 2002. There was actually a good survey done in 2002 that at that time, if you remember, there were about 7 IITs, including the Roorkee and BHU. And in addition to the first 5 IITs, which is IIT Madras, and then IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, and IIT Kanpur. Okay, 7 IITs were there, and then this survey is about how many papers our research scientists write in leading science and technology areas. And then when they did the survey, all papers, one Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore topped it, and the rest all IIT for the last 2-3 years. So what I was trying to tell you here is, on institutions which were elite engineering colleges for almost 50 years became to be the world-known institution in 20 years. That's the story. Now the engineering institutions of the country will repeat in the private institutions and universities. So in another 15 years, we are going to be the leaders of the world. Right now, we are already with the numbers. With the numbers, we are the second largest next to China in producing the engineering graduates of the country. Close to about 1 million people graduate. How many graduate from IITs? 15,700 students. But AICTE institutions, close to about 10 lakh students graduate. So our Honorable Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, keeps telling, we are not so much concerned about in terms of jobs, in terms of creation of new opportunities for our young people. It's about the AICTE institutions, because we are very, very strong in the STEM area. Okay? In terms of research publication, we are already reaching number 3 in the world. In terms of innovation and startup, we are very high up. In a couple of years, we are going to maybe take over many of the developed nations in terms of innovation, startups. And already you can see the world's largest corporations are headed by the alumni of IITs and also the institutions of engineering institutions in the country. What I would like to tell you is these IITs, which started just as an engineering college, then turned into a multidisciplinary research universities, Meru, today, are also have transformed themselves into institutes of Indian technologies. Large number of innovations have happened, and during this pandemic, you could see thousands of innovations which have been directly beneficial to our society. Friends, this is an Amrit Kaal. What is this Amrit Kaal? The Vedic terminology, astrology term, which signifies the perfect time to start a new venture. That means it's a very good time. Excellent time for all the young people of India to do something for the nation. This is the time when bigger success can be achieved with proper efforts. This 25 years is a very, very important time for India, which is earmarked for India in its strive for achieving the dream and milestone marked by 2047. We say it as Vikasit Bharat. It's very special, ladies and gentlemen. It's the holistic approach that awaits the implementation in this Amrit Kaal, and wherein we need to mention much about the Atmanirbharata. That's where I talked about the Indian Institute of Technology turning themselves into institutes of Indian technologies. IIT is today is a brand. You go anywhere, everybody recognizes the IITs very, very easily, even in our administrative services, and whether it is foreign affairs or home, anywhere, there is no place where there was no IIT student has not gone. While presenting this concept, Honorable Prime Minister highlighted and told, ascent to new heights of prosperity for India and its citizens, restructure of all fragments of the Indian economy through rapid profitable growth, better living conditions for all, infrastructural and technological advancements, and reawakening the world's trust in India. Quote closed, Sri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister. It's a very important and significant statement. This is the time when we need to build India. India is yet to be built. If you look at the consumption of cement and steel, we are nowhere to even China, even after this economic downturn. So we need to build India. This is the India. The vision for Amrit Kaal was very aptly told by Honorable Finance Minister in the budget of 23-24. Empowered and inclusive transformative approaches, opportunities, investment, unleashing power and financial power. Friends, today we are in the digital era. We have seen disruptions in technology like never before. Wherever is there, Madam, about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not the technology of the future. It is already here, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to tell you my own experience with AI and AI tools. I joined AICTE about 7 months back in the month of December, moving from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Assam. Then, at that time, maybe a month before, ChatGPT was released. I got a chance in January or February to log in and check. Then I thought some crazy thought came to my mind. Why should I not ask ChatGPT to write a poem about AICTE? Okay? How many have used ChatGPT? Very good. When I asked this, see, all the people who raised their hands are very young people. When I asked that question, let me tell you, to my surprise, a beautiful 4-stanza, 4-line poem was written about AICTE, better than what I understood what AICTE does. That's the power of AI. Why I took this example, you should also understand. We always thought that a poet is genetically comes. This is not an acquired skill. The skill comes through by birth or some special powers to you, and only you can become a poet. That's what we always understand. But some of them, there are exceptions. Everywhere there are exceptions. So when I then immediately asked a question to the ChatGPT, write this in Hindi. Fraction of a second, madam. It wrote a beautiful poem in Hindi, highlighting the entire activities of AICTE better than I had understood by that time. Mind-boggling. This AI is going to take, this means if it can take a job of a poet, it can take the position of anything in this world. Let me tell you, it's already penetrated everywhere. You might be already using the Google Maps. the lady who talks to you is also AI driven. Okay. Similarly, in the language area also, there are tremendous changes. Today, AICTE has translated the books and written new textbooks for both diploma and engineering, translated them to 13 different languages, and we have a goal of converting to all the 22 languages of India. All these books are available free of cost to all in the world, not just Indians. And I just would like to tell you this number of hits in the last 5 months we had for this portal, e-Kumbh. We called it Kumbh because it's a collection of all these new textbooks which our professors of IITs, NITs, and other universities have written for AICTE. More than 5.5 lakh downloads have happened from of the world. That clearly shows that there is a lot of interest, growth, and we need to look at what is the plan and action item for, particularly in the education sector. Let's put that future demand for education as a wish. There is a lot of opportunities for our young people. There are more than 600 million people aspiring to get educated. Still, our gross enrollment ratio is something around 50, which is compared to many to the development. The gross enrollment percent and above. We have large number of people aspiring to study. There is a lot of demographic dividend. That's the title who has put. There is a demographic dividend for India, and we need to play this very well. So there is excellent lessons from past experience, especially relating to the drivers of growth in education sector. How do we increase our gross enrollment ratio to 50% is a big challenge for all the academicians. In the sector and those arising from this sector is also an issue. Emerging opportunities and changes in the operating environment for education. Needs and goals set for the society and the nation. Friends, National Education Policy is one such document which is actually an agenda for becoming a Vishwaguru. It's an agenda to meet a gross enrollment ratio of 50%. It is an agenda, it's such a flexible document. I don't think anybody can reject the document because there is a lot of opportunities and enough time is given. Many vice chancellors come and tell me we have implemented the National Education Policy 2020 in toto. I said, we always say we haven't even started even because National Education Policy in toto cannot be implemented in 1 or 2 years. It's a big, big wish. And maybe they might have done a multiple entry exit, they might have done an academic bank of credits, or maybe they have established a research center, or they might have established a innovation center in their. So let us look at what AICTE has done in this direction. Particularly, we have now monitoring as well as all. As soon as I took over, I said we are not going to be a regulator, we are going to be a facilitator. So we need to move away from policy to make them part of the system, to create their own institutions. And guidelines, which is also part of the NEP. NEP emphasizes on autonomy. So we have to give the autonomy to these institutions to develop. So there are fundamental questions we can start asking. How do we grow our gross enrollment rate? What quality initiative we can take for to make our students 21st century ready, like innovators, entrepreneurs, so that they are no more the job seekers, they are the job givers. We also need to emphasize more on research and innovation, highly skilled professionals, which is very, very, high goals which we set ourselves. to do this, research and development is the key aspect. And that's also emphasized explicitly in national education policy. And is most importantly, you should know that R&D should be taught or even made aware to the school-going children. They should be encouraged to ask questions. These questions will lead to, some ideas. And the ideas can be translated into products, the processors, and then all comes into technology transfers, innovations, and all whatnot. So the national education policy will make India the knowledge capital of the world. That's why I said very clearly, this is the agenda for us. The document itself is an agenda which we have set for next 25 years in the Amrit Kaal. I just put this as we want to be best technical education in the world. Why? Because that's achievable when compared to the other university systems. We are very strong in some areas already. Actually, if you go to any part of the world, you will see one or at least many people, Indian diaspora, in the engineering education across the world. You go to any country for that matter. Even Ukraine also had professors from India. Students are, of course, went for study. So we also need to emphasize more on innovation, startups, entrepreneurial activities, and of course, to do this, research and innovation are the key aspect. We need to also emphasize more on academy-industry collaborations, and then industry co-locations within the universities, and the universities have to work together with industry professionals, understand the needs of the industry, and train or develop our young people with those skills. So finally, they enhance the youth employability, skilling, reskilling, upskilling, very, very important. So it's a lifelong learning, ladies and gentlemen. It's no more just I learned, because these technologies also vanish after a year. Many of the technologies, today we are using 2G, 3G, we have already gone. Now we are into 4G, 5G is already there. That's why even we had a difficulty in even putting the terminology or a nomenclature for this course. Then I said, advanced telecommunication technologies, 5G and beyond. Because next year, maybe 5G is gone, 6G is here. So we need to really, really be ready to change ourselves. And thanks to COVID, and many of us actually, my school children particularly, and the school teachers, really jumped on to the technology. Otherwise, we would not have really using these kind of technologies in our classrooms, and whether it is flipped classrooms or regular, using the multimedia tools. One other important thing India has to do, and we have to do this, is we have to teach our students to think in the mother tongue. The original ideas will come out. So it's very important to popularize these mother tongue and regional languages. As I told you, AICTE has started engineering programs and diploma programs in regional languages. There are more than 80 institutions already offering these programs in their mother tongue, whether it is Gujarati, Marathi, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu. All of them are already doing that. And we need to train the teachers of the future. The teachers when we were students, I was mesmerized when my teacher used to come and write from left to right without looking at the students to the whole board. But this is not appreciated by the young generation today. Let me tell you, they'll just pull it out from the internet and tell you, sir, this is here. You don't need to write. So what the teachers have to be? Teachers have to be facilitators, ladies and gentlemen. Teachers have to be hands-on. So AICTE has taken a big step in developing teachers training in a very, very big way with what we call as, experiential learning. It is not for the kids I'm not giving you. We are making teachers to be learning experience, doing themselves. Real time. I'll show you some pictures of that. AICTE has created what is called as Idea Labs. Idea Labs. These Idea Labs have a lot of 3D printers, chip making, even the printers on different wood carving, everything. We have funded them at 106 institutions across the country. And our goal this year to make these Idea Labs, because they're so popular, one condition we have put though, we have said these labs should be open 24/7 and accessible to everybody, not just the teachers and students of that college and nearby area. So we are going to make them 250 by this year end, December. So these ideal labs, I'll show you some of them, but also we are focusing on internationalization of higher education. We wanted to bring the diversity. Already our country is very diverse. See, even if you move from 50 kilometers away, the food is different, culture is different, and the clothing is different, language is different. Even then, the ranking agencies of the international world doesn't accept that as a diversity. Their diversity means we have to have students from America, Canada, Europe. But our students look differently. See, I did a survey as a director of IIT Guwahati. How many students, where they come from to Guwahati? Because the toughest examination world is, many of your children may be in this JEE Advanced. JEE Advanced is the toughest examination in the world. Students go through study. Some of the parents actually prepare the children when the baby is still in the womb. Okay, that's the kind of panacea we have for the JEE. And when we did a survey, I had students from 600 districts of 780 districts of India, in the remote corner of the country, that is Guwahati. Guwahati, I will tell you, in 2002 also people didn't want to even go there. Faculty were difficult to find. But today, it's a destination where people love to go there because a lot of rich of water. Brahmaputra is not just a river, you see. It's a really magnificent. I also tell, that campus is also, if you have not visited IIT Guwahati, please visit. One of the best campuses among all IITs in the country. Just because I was not there. Because I was a faculty from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, but I really, really liked it. The kind of environment, weather, the greenery, mind-boggling. So we need, ladies and gentlemen, let me not go on, but I would like to tell you, we need to create a confident, progressive, innovative, and empathic generation. Create an empathic generation is very, very important. Not just make them very smart and intelligent. Okay? They should be concerned about society. What does AICT is doing in that direction? Particularly we are sitting in the Institute of Social Sciences. This is where I urge the social scientists to write about the positive impacts of Indian science and in engineering today. In the last 10-15 years, a lot of things have happened. Starting with polio, maybe earlier. Okay? Eradication of polio. Now the vaccination during these are all very success stories. The numbers are mind-boggling. I urge these social scientists to write this up and popularize these things. Very, very important to remember what our scientists have achieved in these areas. And even the UPI is actually an invention of Indians. Today, 46% of our transactions happen through UPI. Even though the villager doesn't know how to sign and read, but he knows how to get his money through a smartphone. Okay? He says, you QR code and you just scan it and he gets his money in his bank account. This is a mind-boggling change. I don't know how many of you have touched the rupee today. Many of us actually don't even, I removed my wallet also. Only my phone. Because there is nothing, everything is, DigiLocker is there. You can put your all IDs on it, all official IDs. You don't need to carry even the plastic cards anymore. I don't know how many are using the DigiLocker. You should start using if you're not used one. Okay? You can put all your marks cards also on that, students. Okay? If you're not used it, use that. And getting into airport also is very simpler today. Just on a lighter vein. With a DigiLocker, you just walk in like a VIP or a VVIP, in the Delhi airport, but there are only 7 airports today offer you. So there are a lot of transformative initiatives VICT has taken. I'm not going to read it out to you. Whether it is revision of curriculum, we are continuously updating our curriculum. Very, very important, ladies and gentlemen, we should leave this curriculum actually to the teachers. I used to teach at Indian Institute of Science. We never had undergraduate program. Some of you may not know the IISc in Bangalore, which is 110 years old institution. Started in 1909. Okay, #1 in the institution for science and engineering. okay, where C.V. Raman served as a director in 1930s. Okay, and Sir Mokshagundam Viksheshwaraya, the engineer of the world, was the chairman of the council of the Indian Institute of Science. And Ratan Tata and Tata family was always, institution. And for city of people of Bangalore and Karnataka people doesn't even understand what is Indian Institute of Science. I'm telling you, if you have to tell them, you sit in an auto in Bangalore and ask them Indian Institute of Science, they will not know. They will take you to IIM in Banerghatta Road, which is the other end of the city. You have to ask them Tata Institute. And many of the fellows ask me myself a question, what does this Tata Institute manufacture? So I always tell them we create the brains. Today we have an excellent brain research center also at Indian Institute of Science. This is the story of Indian Institute of Science, ladies and gentlemen. So the teachers training, faculty development programs, mandatory induction program. We have inducted 3 weeks induction program, introducing all engineering graduates or engineering students who get into the college. Yoga, meditation, sports is a compulsory. We want them to be a holistic person. And we have created what is called as Universal Human Value Course, UHV. If some of you would like to take that course, get on to AICT website, log in, register yourself. You can actually get a credit out of that and get a minor degree today in UHV. And we also have promoting innovation, startups, internship. Our innovation, we have created 7,000 innovation councils across the country. We are going to make them 15,000 in the country. I would like to see maybe at the end of my term of 3 years, every institution should have an innovation council in their campus. They should know about value of knowledge. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we should actually, institutions, I'm telling, should not just worship Saraswati and Lakshmi, also need to be there in the campuses. And our sister knew this very well. I don't know how many you have seen the photograph of Lakshmi standing tall with pouring money out of the hand. Who is next to them? The two of them are Saraswati and Ganesha sitting down. So that clearly shows that our education institution should not be shy of having both Lakshmi and Saraswati. Okay? Then only we can make knowledge we can sell the knowledge and become a superpower in the world. This is the soft power of the country. We have created Indian knowledge system at AICT. We are popularizing. There is a minor we are going to announce for any students, not just for engineering graduates. Any student, 18 credits, he can take it online. There are 6 courses. IIT Hyderabad is going to evaluate you. Okay? Through AICT's portal, you can have a Indian knowledge system minor degree. Whatever degree you are doing, wherever you are doing. And we have an innovation cell, as I told you, we are big on it. And we have one more thing for all the young people, NEET, National Education Alliance for Technology. A lot of edutech companies, we curate them, select them, and allow them to put it on our portal. They are very reliable for you. Why? Because we curate them and we also take them some deposit from them so that they don't run away. So all these courses are very advanced courses which you can learn on your own, self-learning. And that is the emphasis of NEP as well. And we also made industry, mandatory cell in all the institutions, at least engineering institution. And accreditation, definitely, we are emphasizing more and more. Institutes should accredit it, and hopefully, there will be a change in scenario of program accreditation in the country. Internationalization, mandatory internships. Internship portal of our AICT is also very, very popular. We also allow other discipline, even humanities people, to also do internship on our portal. AICT internship portal has 2.5 crore student registered. Verified student registered at our portal, 2.5 crore, 70,000 and odd companies are there to connect them. So the placement today, these are all not free internship. They are paid internship to the students, and they get also credit for that. So there is one nation, one data is coming. We are going to normalize the way universities apply for their permissions and all that. Very, very simple. We go to one nation, one data will be announced soon, wherein universities need not even submit the data. They need to only check what they have submitted last year. and there is any changes, they need to update that. So lot of new initiatives have come, and one other important initiative is the evaluation of the student, self-evaluation of the student. What did I learn? Finally, end of the day, the learning is the key aspect of it. What are the learning outcomes? So Parak is the platform where students can look at what did they learn at the end of the day. What are my skills? How did I improve my skill sets? So these are some of the initiatives. If you are interested, please go through the AICT website. All information is available. And these are not collation of data. These are actually happen at All India Council for Technical Education. These are not collation of data from other universities or anything. All of them, I have a group working on these full time with development of tools, necessary infrastructure, and help the institution. As I told you, the technical book writing and translation is a big thing. I'll not read it. And there is a process for that also. We are not going to just simply translate through AI tool. There are experts involved. Libraries have been generated. So I'm very proud to tell you today we have engineering books in all two languages, in Sanskrit. Okay? Overall, good technical library has been developed. Words are there. When I was studying, there were no even equivalent words in Kannada for some of the technical terms. I learned my school in my mother tongue in Kannada. So, friends, the hackathons, all of these are happening at AICT. I encourage you, we encourage actually social science students also to join these hackathons. Because today, you know what the people want. What are the issues? What are the challenges? It happens in social science. So we had actually at IIT Guwahati, I created a group. Social scientists will lead the group. Engineer and scientists will be a following members to solve a problem, develop a technology. So we had created similar to IIT Delhi. IIT Delhi also had this. Social scientists will identify the problem of our nation, what our society needs, and engineers will solve that problem. Scientists will pose that problem. So these are the hackathons we conduct, and recently we completed India-Singapore hackathon in IIT Gandhinagar. It is not IIT Gandhinagar doing. The scientists and the officers of AICT was physically there and conducting these events. Idea Labs, I just wanted to tell you, this is not just the student, even faculty have been prepared. I'll just show you. This is a 24/7 lab, and we fund them close to about 3.5 crores. And there are 106 in the country. If some of you would like to go and visit it, let us know, we will send you there. And they do FDP, skilling program, boot camps, idea workshops, awareness, internships, professional skilling programs. This is the kind of environment there. It's like a festival where faculty and students work together on hands-on experience. Friends, we have created a placement portal now, because many of the engineering institutions, you are hearing like a perception, in the media, saying that engineering degrees are going down. Actually, I'll tell you, as a chairman of AICT, I'm telling you, engineering admissions are going up in the country. More than 15% in the last year, and another 20% this year. 200 new institutions have started up. So there is a lot of demand, because as Madam was highlighting, our young people will be the workforce for the future. They will be the workforce of the future. Skills are very important. Skilling is. So AICT realized that is finally, end of the day, it's all about jobs. To get jobs, you need to be skilled. So we have created a placement portal. 2,000 companies have come forward. We are going to start with rural engineering and tribal area engineering colleges, because we wanted to emphasize them first. Solve their problem, because once our urban areas is not an issue. All the institutions also have their placement activities. I will skip many of these. We have creating what is called as India Innovation Centers, 12 of them across the country. Handhold, pick the technologies, and where, innovations need not happen only in engineering institutions. We have put these innovation councils even in social science and humanities schools. That's very important. Please understand, ideas are very important, more than what products we are going to generate. So let me close. These innovation center and how do you operate, it all happens through next building. We are next to Delnet. Actually, if some of you did not know, we are next to Delnet, just a small 5 acre. Let me conclude that there is an ecosystem today in education in Amrit Kaal. We will, all institutions, including the programs of Government of India, whether it is Startup India, Stand Up India, Swachh Bharat, Make in India, or Digital India, all of them will drive as a partner to the knowledge economy to inspire, create, and move our society forward. These disruptive innovations in digital and communication technology offers India a great advantage, a natural advantage, to take the leadership in education. How do we do this? Knowledge-based economy we need to create. Identify, evaluate, and knitting together. So how do you identify? These are the technologies. As I told you, we need to two projects of relevance. And we need to create what world has not seen before, whether it is the highest bridge in the world. I was part of both projects actually, highest bridge in the world in Chenab. The entire foundation design, slope stability is of mine. I am very proud to say that. Even I was associated with Ram Janmabhoomi Foundation. The foundation, there was a committee made to evaluate how this foundation has to be done. So like this, there are many, actually, we need to apply technology, advanced technologies to our solution, irrespective of area. So this is what AICTE does, and we need to evaluate finally what is the outcome. Every project what we execute, we should look back what is that we have achieved. Finally, we need to put it together. Finally, what is our future? This is my last slide. Our vision cannot limit to being self-sufficient and self-reliable. Our vision should focus positioning our education system as a top destination to the students of the world, attracting talent. So we have to look back what India was there. The ancient India was there with Takshashila, Nalanda. That's the kind of a thing we need to look back maybe in 15, 30 years in the Amrit Kaal. We need to create that people come for Indian education to India. India's vision should be proudly become, not just become Vishwaguru. We should be also Vishwadata. Giving, that's our culture, ladies and gentlemen. With these few words, I thank the organizers for giving me Kaal leaders that new glory. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Your thought-provoking words have shed light on the future of India, to make India a Vishwaguru. Before we break for high tea, I would like to request Mr. Falit Sajaria to give his address.
Greetings to one and all present here. And before I begin, I would like to thank Rumki ma'am for the enormous amount of effort that she has put in bringing all of us together over here for this wonderful event, which carries a lot of significance. And at the same time, I also feel grateful that I'm able to share the panel along with Najma ma'am, who has been a pathbreaker in itself, something that was also spoken in her introduction. Because being the first woman vice chancellor of a central university is something that I would say is breaking the bottleneck, because the first person who does it has to put in enormous times in comparison to the next person, and the path is laid down for people to come after. And for that to happen, I think we all need to have a huge round of applause for her once again. Also alongside to share the panel with TG Sitaram sir, who just now elucidated the expansive work that AICT has been doing in terms of the new education policy implementation, something that I was planning to put some of the points ahead, but I think that he has wonderfully covered so much that I would rather move on certain other aspects. And when I speak generally last, I prefer not to have any pre-pointers in my mind, because then you have to essentially encapsulate what your previous speakers have already spoken, and some of which are the greatest minds in the country. So I'd rather slowly build upon that and more so talk about the vision of Y20 in the entire landscape. Y20 is essentially the youth engagement group of G20. Now the G20 when was introduced and the presidency came to India, to a lot of us it was a new world altogether. And very difficult to understand with a lot of different terms coming in. There were working group, engagement groups, leaders meeting, communiques, declarations, separate meetings, and then there are then there was separate other engagement forums or different task force that were created. And then there was a Sherpa track, and then there was a minister's track. So everybody got confused in the beginning, and everything that they could just recall was G20, or anything with a letter and then 20 after that acquired a lot of significance, right? And in this entire stuff that is going on, I just break it down in very simple terms. So you see G20, and you can divide it into two separate forums. There's the Sherpa track, and then there's the working groups. In the Sherpa track, you have the engagement groups, which are for non-governmental deliberations. So you have Youth 20, Women 20, Startup 20, Business 20, Think Tank 20, etc., where people from civil society or non-governmental aspects come together and posit their demands and requests to the head of states and various intergovernmental agencies. And there are the working groups, which have all the ministers coming together. So for example, there's a development working group, or there's a finance working group, or a women and child development working group, where the ministers and ministries of the relevant departments come together. That was essentially how the origin of G20 started, with these sorts of working group meetings post the financial crisis. And gradually, when these meetings used to take place and the head of states used to come together, the civil society actors used to hold these side events alongside and say that we also want to get heard, because this was the period when UN was gradually losing its relevance due to a lot of factors. It was losing its impact and becoming redundant, because it no longer reflected the power dynamics of the current world. It still is stuck in those 1945 dynamics, where there are 5 permanent nations and a lot of things get hanged or stuck, and very less implementation capacity. So these civil society actors and non-governmental forces wanted to have a space, and after a few side events, gradually they got established into engagement groups, which then had their communiques and official deliberations, which are submitted to the head of states and become part of the leaders' declaration. And one of the most prominent things that India's G20 presidency has done is to engage the people of the country through, the term that all of us would have heard in a lot of speeches is Jan Bhagidari. So the Jan Bhagidari element of involving the people of the country and making diplomacy a public affair, or rather say public diplomacy and taking it to the people, is what these engagement groups have done. And essentially Y20 is among the most curious cases, or I'd say interesting cases, because we are one engagement group that lies at the intersection of all the other engagement or working groups. So if you have Business 20 or businesses, then there are young people who want to be part of these businesses and who are leading businesses. If we talk about Think Tank 20, there are young people who are working in think tanks. I think several of them would be working at CPPG as well. Similarly, if we are talking about Women 20, then there are young people who share that gender. So they're essentially, young people lie at the intersection of all of these and essentially carry a lot of significance. And that is why we are proud to say that we have been conducting over 1,000 outreach events already across the country. And proudly so, our inception event was at IIT Guwahati. So we had the privilege of seeing the wonderful campus, and this commitment of crossing the 100 threshold I made over there in that auditorium, which I guess is a 1,200 plus capacity. So that amount of change we are seeing. I think sir and ma'am has already elucidated what the new education policy is bringing in terms of skills. I'd now try to focus on the relevance of G20 and Y20 in this entire landscape and how we can benefit from it. We continuously talk in a lot of speeches or deliberations about India being a Vishwaguru or India leading the world. And in that sense, when we are envisioning ourselves in that position, there is one very curious aspect again to this, is that we are in a very sweet spot globally. We cannot obviously compete to China in the current sense because they have a GDP which is roughly 6 times ours. They're around 18 something trillion in terms of their GDP, and we are 3.7 trillion, I guess the latest tweet by our finance minister said that. So there is a huge gap. But what benefits us is that while for decades the economic rationale of least cost was continuously moving on, where the investments were moving to the countries which were able to produce goods at the least cost, China benefited immensely, and there was a crowding in of investments. But now, specifically post-COVID, the rationale of resilient supply chains is coming into play, where countries no longer want to be over-dependent on a single country, no matter which one is it. So that's point number one. And the over-dependency on China, particularly of critical infrastructure, including of semiconductors, is a major cause of concern. So countries want to diversify. Second, when we are talking about technology development, right, we are talking about technological advancements. Another key trend is that while sir talked about ChatGPT, I'll add another element to the same. So while ChatGPT has been disruptive, so has been its development. Because most of the developers of ChatGPT have never met face to face. They were spread across the globe in different parts of the world and remotely worked from their homes and could not, basically had to sign waiver agreements that they could not come out in public and say they're part of the developing team. But all of them worked remotely and collaborated. So that is the future of workspace that we're looking for. We have laboratory in CERN where subatomic level discoveries are being made, in which different space agencies or scientific institutions across the globe are collaborating together. And most of these people are meeting perhaps once or twice in a year, but working in their own laboratories and developing these kinds of technologies. So that global technology development is increasing, but again, countries do not want to be dependent on such a country which has the capacity to build backdoors into the system. That concern has also garnered a lot of importance. And particularly if we remember recently the case of Huawei and the 5G development, where the United States of America came out very heavily and recommended governments not to adopt or bring Huawei into their 5G infrastructure because of the vulnerabilities that would come into play, despite it providing stuff at the least cost. Because of the concerns that it might even be because of the subsidies that are being provided by the government. So new groupings, for example, the Quad that has come up, and in fact minilaterals. We used to earlier talk about multilaterals. Now minilaterals are coming into play. We have some of us who are following geopolitics would have heard of I2U2 or India, Israel, UAE and US. Similarly, there are different groupings come into play. In 5G development, we now talk about D10 or the group of 10 democracies which can substantially contribute in technology development and create these resilient supply chains. So that is getting more and more into play because China in itself is also exerting or asserting its the dependency of other countries on the same. We saw in the case of Australia when it kind of raised the question in the UN of investigation into the origins of COVID, and a lot of imports from Australia to China started to face different sorts of trade barriers which affected their industries. Same happened with Lotte, the company from South Korea, after it decided to give its land for the third air defense system of the United States of America. So the world is increasingly getting aware of these concerns and acting to it, and that is why India is coming out as a viable alternative because obviously of the facts of demographic dividend and a lot of stuff that have already been covered. What challenge we do face is that we are not the only country. Parallelly, a lot of countries in South Asia are also competing for those manufacturing, for those investments, and we have to emerge on the top. And if we have to become the topmost global power, I think just yesterday our Prime Minister made a statement where he said that in his third term, India would become the third largest economy, which is obviously bound to happen, and we are bound to overtake Germany and Japan soon due to a lot of factors. But if we have to then also think about competing viably with China and US, it cannot merely happen at the level of the government, but it requires efforts from all of us. And the call from Y20 and G20 is to not take the G20 presidency as a year which just came and went by, but rather a year which brought systematic change in how we are approaching our industries, our academics, our scientific developments, and going global. All of us have the responsibility to now start collaborating with global actors. And with global actors, I do not merely mean the developed countries of the West, say Western Europe or the United States of America or Canada or all of these, but also countries of the global south. India is continuously evolving and innovating, and we are building solutions to a lot of problems. But a lot of these problems still exist, or similar problems exist in some of these developing countries, whether it is ASEAN or African Union or, for example, Pacific. And it is now our responsibility for our entrepreneurs, for our innovators to go out there and build solutions for their problems. Why is it that an Uber or an Amazon can come to India and launch their products, but Indian companies are not planning to go abroad? That has to increase enormously. It cannot be now 10, 15, 20 or 100 companies. It has to be thousands and thousands of companies of India who need to go abroad and work in that domain. It cannot be now limited that an IIT Madras opens its campus in Zanzibar, Africa, or IIT Delhi opens in UAE. Majority of our campuses now need to think global. They have to open a lot of these exchange programs and courses and get integrated into the global supply chains and into the global technology development race. Because if we do not, we are lagging on a lot of things. And closely witnessing from the Y20 paradigm, I can say for sure that a lot of efforts are simultaneously being put by China to get integrated into these chains, to get a lot of upper hands. Industries, bodies, and youth agencies are already being created. Separate pseudo bodies under different headings are being created to do that. And Indian youth and institutions are not organized in that manner. Our efforts are segregated. So my call for action over here from the Y20's end, it is now up to all of us to take forward these Y20 events in our own capacity, in our own institutions. Take this forward, but ensure that Y20 events not just become for our domestic populace, but how do we connect, integrate, and urge our student and youth community to integrate with the global one. With this, I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falit. Now we break for the high tea and assemble in 15 minutes by 12:15. Thank you so much. We would gather for the plenary session at 12:15. Now we start our plenary session of the day. We have amongst us distinguished lead speakers who would shed light on the various aspects of the various themes of the conference. Our first lead speaker is Dr. Amrendra Khatua. He's a retired secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, and has served as a diplomat and an ambassador in Spain, Mexico, Russian Federation, Ivory Coast, and Argentina. He worked in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Finance, and Planning Commission. He is also a poet with more than 40 published volumes in English, Hindi, Spanish, and Odia. I would like to request Professor Rumki Basu to felicitate Dr. Khatua. Our next lead speaker for today is Mr. Siddharth Rathod. Siddharth Rathod, sir, is an assistant professor in the economics department of Gargi College, University of Delhi. Apart from teaching at DU, Mr. Siddharth Rathod is also a visiting professor at the Lal Bahadur Shastri of National Academy of Administration, where he trains the IAS, IPS, and IFS probationers in their foundation course. I would request Professor Basu to felicitate Siddharth Rathod, sir. Our next speaker for today is Professor Badrul Alam. Professor Badrul Alam was the former director and research head at the Department of Political Science at Jamia Millia Islamia. He has led various positions as member and chair of review committee, fellowship selection committees, and selection committees at the Fulbright, Commonwealth, and ICSSR projects. We felicitate Professor Badrul Alam. The next lead speaker for today is Professor Debashish Bhattacharya. He's the Dean and Professor at the School of Humanities, K.R. Mangalam University, Gurgaon. He has more than 24 years of teaching, research, and corporate experience in India and the USA. His areas of interest include international relations, foreign policy, international trade policy, etc. Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya, for being with us today. Now, I invite Dr. Amrendra Khatua for his address.
Thank you. My eminent colleagues who are on the podium, Rumki, friends. I was planning to speak like AICICT chief for an hour, but I have to run. What I'll do with my 40 years of foreign service, commerce experience, I'll speak few things about G20 and Y20. Believe me, when people talk very big about G20, do not go into it. G20 is a platform. It is an opportunity. It is how we are going to clarify India's position on various issues and how to reach out on the cooperation framework. Say you are talking about youth. There are almost 4.9 billion people in G20 countries, and life expectancy is almost 78 years. Current median age global is 39. Of 30 G20 countries, it is 39. There are India is one of the young countries that way. We have 808 million people below 35 years of age. And 13 to 35, 40% of our population. During 2021, because of COVID, our employment among the youth fell almost by 8 to 9%. Just now, 21, 22, it is well-being and sports, youth in democracy. Concern, our priorities are basically following these 7. 1, green development, climate finance, and life. That is promoting environmentally conscious policies. Second, inclusive growth, accelerating growth, and resilient growth. This includes structural transformation, importance of MSMEs, labor rights, welfare issues, inclusive agricultural value chain and food system, then addressing global skill gaps. This is the second point. Third would be accelerated progress of SDGs, what we are talking about developmental goals. The 230 SD agenda must be addressed in a constructive manner among the G20 countries. That is one of our India's priorities. We also add that COVID has impacted globally. The COVID-19 impact is tremendous. Let us also talk about the impact, both what steps we have taken, what is happening, and in future what we can do. Fourth is technological transformation and digital public infrastructure. In this, the components are human-centric approach to technology, increased knowledge sharing, digital public infrastructure. Many of the countries lack it. See, I'm not saying specifically, one of the issues which will be important in G20 countries will be like helping developing world, Africa, because lack of this infrastructure really affects all. So if Africa is poor, say where will you export? How will you go for industrialization process? Then other causes are financial inclusion, technology-based development in sectors like agriculture and education. Then fifth is, we talk about the multilateral organizations. Most of the multilateral organizations today, including UN system, are limited, have lots of flaws. Those flaws are visible. None of the G20 countries during their presidency, with clarity, have spoken about it. I don't think like any country is going to speak openly about Russia-Ukraine war also. But when we are talking about this, we are talking about accountability, inclusiveness, and representative nature of multilateral organizations, the system. And the system must be fit to address the challenges of 21st century. We are not talking about what used to happen in the old days. 21st century challenges are difficult. The wars which are starting now takes almost 20-25 years to end. Not only they don't end, they bring penury, poverty, and neighborhood crisis. So now take the example of Sudan crisis. What is happening in Sudan and how many countries are involved there. Then the last point is the priority I'm talking about, women-led development. Almost global population contribution of women to the GDP, taking the poverty and all other problems of Africa, is almost 51%. Contribution of women to global GDP. But women-led development is just a word. Therefore, what we are talking about, one is empowerment, second is representation, third is linked to socio-economic development and SDG achievements. These are very important issues. So as far as India is concerned, these are some of the issues. See, G20 is not solution to anything. It gives a platform to highlight, to discuss, to collaborate, to chart out ways of cooperation between the G20 member countries, because they are the most important leading forces globally. So that's why when we are talking about all these things, these are India's priorities. Then obviously the 16 sectors you know. The sectors are, say, renewable energy, health, digital India, life, SDGs, multilateral reforms, trade and investment, agriculture, startups, culture, education, employment and skilling, financial inclusion, tourism, women-led development, and anti-corruption. These are the 16 points I had noted for you to say that all of these will figure in the deliberations as well as in the documents. Say, for example, a small thing like startups. In 2021, India has 53 unicorns. So now we are going to term that today in 2025 we are going to have 250 of them. How these startups going to help developing our economy? How they will help in empowering the youth? How it will include inclusive growth in our society? Say, 2014 we had 720 startups. 2022 we have 84,400 startups across 656 districts. But when we are saying that, there is a large gap. How we are going to reach it? Therefore, in my view, Y20 is all about empowerment, defining the way. G20 is basically giving you a global platform to identify the issues, collaborate with partners, and think about the ways for multilateral and global world. And I believe India's presidency, to a large extent, will be successful in identifying this. That will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us on G20. Now, I would request Mr. Siddharth Rathod to give his address. Yes.
Internet connector? Internet connector? It is. Okay, so good afternoon everyone. My topic is on future of work industry 4.0. But before I start with my topic, I'd like to tell you a story. A story which it's basically not a story, a life incident that recently happened. And that will tell you about what is going to be the future of work. I mean, I find a lot of young people here, a lot of esteemed retired professors here as well. But what I'll try to tell you is how the future of work might be in place by 2040. Now, the story goes by, I am working as an ad hoc professor in the University of Delhi for the last 10 years. And there have been no recruitments happening for the last 10 years. Now, there is a college at which I went for the interview called Delhi College of Arts and Commerce. Now, they looked at my CV and they said that, Siddharth, I don't find you as a serious candidate at all. I said, why, ma'am? She says, see, you have a degree in economics. You have a degree in artificial intelligence and machine learning. And now you have a degree in law. Why do I need to take you seriously? I said, ma'am, the degrees that I've taken up is for a multidisciplinary aspect. And what you should be asking me is, and what you should be giving me, that what I can do for you is that what 5 teachers cannot. Instead of hiring 5 teachers, give me 3 teachers' salary, and I'll be happy to work for you. And with that statement of mine, you can expect what the result was. I'm still at Gargi. Now,
why this story is there? Because the future of world is going to be very different from what we have right now. 10 years ago it was very different. I mean, when we now have e-classes, we have collaborations. For example, one of the honorable members just said that chat gpt was made in multiple countries. What this industry is going to be, and how is it going to affect all our sectors, be it manufacturing, service, and we are going to have a historical background to it as well, so that everyone is on the same level. So my idea is that I teach graduate students. With graduate students, you have to imagine that everyone is at base zero. So I'm going to assume that the audience is at base zero, and then I'm going to build my lecture on it. Now, first of all, the question is that what is this Industry 4.0? If there is something called Industry 4.0, that means there has to be some three things that have preceded it. We'll talk about what are these three industrial revolutions in the last 300 years that happened. Now, it is basically an kind of integration of different digital technologies in different areas and impacting the manufacturing area. But let's dejargonize it. Let's see what are when we say that we say Industry 4.0. What is this Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 starts with what is called as Internet of Things. Now we are already using this Internet of Things. How many of you are using smartwatches? Smartwatches is an example of Internet of Things. The smartwatch is communicating to you that how many steps you have taken. It's also going to communicate to you that what is your heartbeat. But how is it commercially viable? If Apple knows how many steps do you work out in a day, or how much do you work out on a day, isn't that going to be very beneficial data for the insurance industry? The insurance industry can capture this data and see and charge your premium depending on whether you are whether you have an active lifestyle or a sedentary lifestyle. So data, again, Internet of Things. Tesla cars, Internet of Things. This is one technology that's going to change the world landscape of production. The other is artificial intelligence. When we say, I'll give you another example I mean, people say, oh, you are giving only examples in manufacturing. Agriculture. In agriculture, we can have systems. We already have drone systems which can put in all the seeds that you require in a matter of minutes. So Internet of Things. Then artificial intelligence is where the machines start learning. The machines start to automate work. Whether I should be given a loan or not is now not determined on a particular person. Earlier, I was a banker before this. And as a banker, it was my role to determine who should I give a loan and who should I not. Now this is no longer in the hands of people. This is in the hands of algorithms. A machine decides who is a much more viable person. Do you know who is the most beneficial person for a credit card? Who's the most beneficial person? A person who spends more than his income and a person who does not return the money on time. That is the person who's the cash cow. That is the person who will be paying 40% per annum rate of interest. That is the person that a credit card company wants to target. It doesn't want to target people like me, because I pay on time and I take points from them. I also deal with cred, which gives me more points. I'm a smart individual. People are not financially that smart. People think this is borrowing, let me borrow. But the rate of interest is 40%, and that is what the credit card companies are looking for. So artificial intelligence based on machine learning, is going to take a number of decisions for you. Then you have big data. Now, data which is unstructured data, huge data available, and then making sense out of that data. For example, you can use huge data to basically see where crimes happen. Crimes don't happen, for example, if I was in police, crimes don't happen arbitrarily. There is a propensity of a particular individual to commit a crime. You can track that propensity. I'll give you another example for this. In US, there's a system called as Compass. Now this Compass system is basically assisting judges to basically decide who to give a bail or who not to give. It works on a probabilistic system based on the possibilities or the probability that a person will commit a crime or not. So here again, you have big data, you have data which is basically telling you, guiding you decisions, unstructured data which will help you make more efficient decisions. A decision which a human will not be able to come by on by himself. Then you have robotics. In robotics, we will be producing autonomous robots. Now, how autonomous robots? If you have heard of a machine called a surgery machine, I urge you to read about it, called Da Vinci. Da Vinci is a robotic surgery machine. I can be sitting in London and operating on a patient in say, Amritsar. All I need to do is basically make movements, make those gestures in London, and then the impact will be seen here. So robotic surgery is no longer a realm of science fiction now. All of this is showing you that AI is already there. It's just the starting phase of it. But I also need to show you the dangers of it as well. Because each particular industrial revolution also had its disadvantages. We'll talk about those as well. We need to be very careful about this industry. Now, and apart from that, we have cloud computing. Cloud computing is basically most of us uses. For example, all of us use Google Drive. Now, do you think Google is an idiot who's giving us so much of data for free? It's analyzing everything that we have. Everything on WhatsApp is monetizable. If you don't know, if you don't believe me, I want you to say aloud the name of your crush on your phone and then see what kind of recommendations that you get. We are being constantly monitored, constantly 24/7, 24/7. We are the commodities right now. We are the part of this cloud computing. Nothing is for free. Now, let's talk about how the labor market, how these industrial revolutions have impacted the labor market throughout time. Now, initially we had this agrarian society that we used to have. Then we moved on to what is called as IR 1.0. This is the industrial revolution that started in 1750s, 1760s with the coming up of this in the textile industry. The spinning jenny was the origins of this industrial revolution. But how did it change the labor market? Because we need to analyze that what will be the labor market of future. The labor market in industrial revolution, what happened was people moved from agrarian economies to cities. And that is where the modern day urban cities came into being. The modern day urban cities started from the Industrial Revolution 1.0, where people started getting these factory jobs. They were not working on any technical stuff. They were just replacing human power with machine power. Then came Industrial Revolution 2.0. This came around with the revolution of diesel engine. Diesel engine, then manufacturing, and transport, communication, and electricity was one of the fulcrums of this entire era. And here, skill became more important because now you are working with technical machines. You are working with a combustion engine. Combustion engine is not the same as making a shoe. So here starts the technical aspect of skilling. And then came Industrial Revolution 3.0, which is where it started in 1980s, 1970s, 1980s, where you have the digital revolution with the rise of computers, electronics, and automation. And the labor market here changed with respect to shift towards information-based jobs. And why were we predisposed to Industrial Revolution 3.0? Because the IITs for the last 50 years, 70 years has been producing engineers. So we were very well predisposed to leverage Industrial Revolution 3.0. And now we are talking about this fourth industrial revolution, which is based on all the technologies that I've mentioned. This is highly disruptive in nature. And this will have the most significant impact on our labor market. You would not require teachers. It would be a shame if 10 years down the line, if I have to come down to give a lecture like this. Technology will replace me. I would have, right now we have technologies. It could have been me on Zoom. I would have been sipping a tea and my avatar would have been speaking to you. It is a technology which is right now existing. I can prove it to you. And in the end, I'll show you a surprise. In the end, the presentation that you're seeing, Can you take a guess after the presentation, or if you've seen the presentation, how many hours would it take me to make this presentation? Take a rough guess. 6 hours? 1 hour? I'll show it to you. You name me the topic. I'll make a presentation in flat 25 seconds. 25 seconds, I'll prove it to you in the class, in this session. This is power of AI. You don't need anyone. You don't need teachers. You just need to be self-motivated to do anything, and you can learn anything. This is the power of AI. You cannot compete with it. Now, so this is how disruptive is this technology. Then, what are the innovation in the labor market? The innovation in the labor market is that it is going to transform the labor market with new technologies. It's going to automate a lot of manual work. For example, call centers will not exist 5 years down the line. Already they are going out. 5 years down the line, you will not need a call center. All you need is a chat GPT API. API is basically kind of a software. It's kind of a patchwork with which you can attach to any particular website, any particular application. And that chat GPT API or Bard API will do the work. It will be the best teacher in the world. It will be the best communicator in the world. You can't compete with it. Then, data-driven policies. What policies to make? How to make it more effective. All these decisions will be taken by machines and not by humans, but for which we need. Every year, if you see the demo, we talk about demographic dividend. But people don't realize what is this demographic dividend. People working in the age group of 15 to 59 years of age is the demographic dividend, which is for India 1.1 billion. 100 crore people are in this age group, but unfortunately for India, the problem is we cannot capture this demographic dividend unless we make full utilization of it. Why we are not making full utilization of it? Because out of this 1.1 billion, only 500 million people are working in India. It's because we restrict the women in our country to work in the market. That is called as women labor force participation rate. And that is pathetically poor for India. It's around 20 to 23%, which is in comparison to theocratic countries like Saudi Arabia. So it's like you are competing or you're playing a cricket match by tying up one hand of yours to your back. How will you compete with China if you're talking about this? So this will be our major goal, getting women into this sector. And I'll give you a small example. All of you have seen these ads of FitG and all these coaching institutes, Narayana coaching institutes on the front page whenever the JEE results are there. See the amount of women that are there on the toppers. This year, hardly a single woman face I could find on the topper list. Why are women missing in the STEM education? We are talking about that we need to leverage our demographic dividend by tying one hand of ours to our back. This is something that we require. Now, what will be the impact? There are going to be positive impacts of Industry 4.0 on the in our market. So we will have new jobs now, new jobs like data analysis. And by the way, you don't need to do any course. I did my course from the University of Texas, but now I have technologies where I do not even need to know how to code. You want to write a script, you just give it to ChatGPT. You just give it to Bard. That this is what I want. ChatGPT 4.0, there is another paid version of ChatGPT which is called 4.0. You just give data to it and ask graphs from it. It will produce it for you. You don't need it. You have something called as Microsoft Autopilot coming. Microsoft Office Autopilot. It will give rendering in 3D versions, all your graphs in 3D versions. Has one of you tried Oculus glasses, VR glasses? Virtual reality. That's the future. That's the future. Then data analysis, AI specialists will be there. New kind of job that will be there. Cyber security experts. This is a new kind of industry that's going to come up because data is everywhere. That's why the government is now coming up with this bill, data protection bill. We are already late. but still we are doing it, and we need more regulators, because the next warfare that we are going to have is not going to be a territorial warfare. The next round of warfare will be led by AI. Have you heard of a company, I'm forgetting the name of Starlink, Elon Musk's company Starlink. Starlink is the company which is at the forefront of the Russia-Ukraine war. The entire Ukraine defenses will go down if Starlink goes down. It is the way that the Ukrainian army is communicating with each other. You have kamikaze drones now. You don't need to send anyone. You just send a destructible drone to any particular city. That is how the future is going to be there. And you need the cyber security force to counter it. And this is going to create new jobs in this market. Then upskilling and reskilling is required. And that is what I said in my interview, that you cannot be passive in the 21st century anymore. The moment that you are passive for 5 years, you are out of the game. Some technology will take over your job. So you cannot be sitting passive. You have to be an active, lifelong learner. So the era of those babu jobs are over. People like me will eventually take over bureaucrats as well, if they are found inefficient. That is going to happen in 10 years down the line. Then government and organizations also need to upskill with their competitiveness programs and all their skill programs. And the government is already doing it. The government has this platform called as iGot. So the government is skilling its bureaucrats on the basis of what is called as Mission Karm Yogi. Now, let's talk about the impact of work or of this industry on work. So we will have a new kind of work which was already introduced to us by COVID, which is remote and virtual collaboration. You could be sitting in any country and teaching. You could be sitting in any country and then helping another country's software. So you would have remote and virtual collaboration. Now you already have seen gig economy. Gig economy will further prosper. That the thought process that we used to have of secure jobs, that's going to go away. There's not going to be anything called as secure job. That is why people aspire for the UPSC examination as well as the SSC examination, state examination, because our parents' thinking was get into one secure job and then do nothing in the next 30 years. This is what the aim was traditionally. People don't understand what an IAS does. They just look at this lal batti and they look at this office of DM and then we need not do anything. But things are going to change. This job security will go. And your gig economy. I am now an exponent of gig economy. I am teaching here today. Today in the evening I'll be tomorrow in the morning I'll be at Labasna. I am a proponent of gig economy. Then on Monday I'll be back in Gargi College. Then again I'll be giving a lecture at an IIS institute. I'm an example, and I don't mind that. As Sir said, till the point Lakshmi is coming. Lakshmi should come. So, and that is the incentive. That is a human incentive. Why should I deny it? We are in self-denial if I say that no, I want to do it with just from my heart. I want to teach everywhere. I have a 3-year-old son. He will ask for things. He will expect when I come back from Labasna, what am I got to you? So, until unless science with Lakshmi needs to take place. Then, gig economy will also have its own challenges as well. Now, recently Rajasthan has come up with a bill on this, the first bill on gig economy, protection of gig economy workers. We need to have some kind of a basic framework for their insurance, for their accident, for their emergency, social security framework. The state needs to provide for it. But at the same point of time, it provides me a lot of flexibility, flexible work time. I can do anything. I can be associated with multiple institutions at the same point of time. But that also comes with a risk. The risk that comes up, that we have already seen during COVID, is burnout. Is that you will be engaged on multiple platforms. You will be, because there is no shut-off point. Now I happen to be also as one of the admission conveners of Delhi University. And my phone starts to ring at 4 a.m. in the morning. I don't know who wakes up at 4 a.m. and calls up the convener that please मेरे बच्चे का admission हो जाएगा क्या? So 24/7, just because of the fact that this has become a digital economy, everyone keeps. You are engaged in your education, in your work profile 24/7, and that risks burnout. Then the impact. These are some relevant statistics. What is the impact on the market? So if you see, AI will have a huge impact on the labor market, followed up by robotics and by automation. And what is the future of automation? The future of automation actually was given this kind of kick by COVID. It started with this work from home, and by 2025 it is said that robotics and automation will be a commonplace in many industries. Almost all industries will have it. Every website that you go into by 2025 will have a chatbot with it. You go to Delhi University's website, you will find a chatbot to it. There are no humans sitting behind it. So it's just a chatbot which is trained on Delhi University specifics. You can have a chatbot for your own course. Every college every university will have a chatbot trained on its own data. You don't need an individual to man it. Similarly, you will have AI automation widely used in workplace, where you will have virtual reality. I will be in virtual office, in any office. My physical office might be there in any place in the world, but I can be a part of those meetings in terms of my VR. And that is what is being done. Meta has already done it. Meta already has an app called Office Spaces. You check out Meta's Office Spaces. You can only access it if you have Oculus glasses. Apple has already come up with VR glasses. So this is the future that we are looking into. And robotics, by 2035 and 2040, it will be a norm that robotics and automation has completely taken over. Now, what are the challenges, implications of IR 4.0? The first implication, we are going to talk about job loss. We are going to talk about skill gap and ethical concerns as well. Because an AI is as good as the data that you give it. If I am an Islamophobic person, if I program an AI, the AI will also be Islamophobia. If I am a racist human being and I am making a software, if I am making a program, then the output that will be generated by the AI will also be hate speech. So there are going to be a lot of ethical concerns. There's going to be skill gaps that we need to put into place, and there's going to be a lot of job losses. And we need to see all of these. Let's see about them. But before that, who are the leaders right now? And where does India stand? These are the names. Every industrial revolution had its own leaders. Every industrial revolution. This industrial revolution is led by these gentlemen, apart from ChatGPT. They are going to completely own the world. And that is, in political science, we have this concept called multipolarity. We talk about multipolarity. This is the pole that we are ignoring. These 5 companies together is bigger, is more than $5 trillion, $7 trillion, is bigger than India together. India and all the South Asian countries together. That means they are a country in themselves, which have a worldwide footing. And they know more about you than you know about yourself. They know who you like and also who you might like. That's how Instagram is fueled. So these are the leaders, but I'll talk about regulation of them as well. So what are the government policies and interventions that are required for the labor market? The first is we need to have some kind of regulatory framework for AI. Europe is already doing it. US is already doing it. US also has a charter for AI. we need to have some kind of regulation for AI, which starts with the data protection bill, the Digital India bill, and the telecom bill, which are pending in the monsoon season this time. But this is only the first step. You're only protecting data right now. What about regulation of AI? That is still left. And we cannot be behind, be behind this game. Then we have successful examples where countries have developed and used and harnessed these policies. Countries like Germany, which subsidizes training during economic downturns. So Germany has a program. Whenever there is an economic downturn, it helps its people with their reskilling aspect. We also do have it, National Skill Development Cooperation. But we need to have more private partners to it. We need to have colleges as partners for it. Then, even Singapore has this Skills Future initiative providing lifelong learning, and that is what I'm saying. You are going to be a lifelong learner from now on. The moment you take a 5-year gap, you are finished in your career. There'll be too much of a steep curve to climb. And what we need to do is also encourage investment in technology, investment in R&D. I'll give you some figures for this. We spend only 0.7% of our GDP in R&D. Countries like Israel spend 5% of their GDP. And you'll be surprised to note that 20% of Nobel Prizes are won by Israel citizens. See the difference. In terms of the academic output produced, China is overtaking US. China has a spectacular 2030 AI policy. We need to now think about 2030, 2040. How will we channelize this? We have already started with something called as National Research Fund 2023-28, where we are spending 50,000 crore rupees towards this. But this is what I'm trying to tell you, that the scope and the nature of workforce will be very different in these next 30, 40 odd years, and we need to get up with this challenge. We need to own up to learning new things. We cannot rely on the traditional teaching methods. So this is about what I had to offer. Thank you very much. Now, before I leave, I just wanted to show you. Remember, I told you any slide in 30 seconds? Okay. Now, let me show you that. Okay. I'm going to show you the magic. Tell me the name of it. Give me anything that you want to make a presentation on. Critical thinking. All right. Generate presentation, dark slides. This is my favorite. Create presentation. Or maybe the internet is slow. Voila. A little bit of lag in terms of internet. I can see us. Here you are. It's not just that. AI can create that, but the communication only I can do. You can replace my PowerPoint person, but you can't replace me. And I know where to say what, which data to put what. That is the human content. But see, very easy. Extremely easy. It took me, 1 minute? And you give it. And then you can fill everything with ChatGPT. So the author of my slides, the author of this particular entire exercise was not just me. It was me who was giving the speech, powered by AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your interesting presentation. I'm sure my role would be substituted soon with an AI bot soon. Now I request Professor Badrul Alam to please give his address. ये हटाया उसने.
Am I okay?
It's okay, you can start
I
and
can
then
start,
we'll
okay.
have this.
Right. A very warm afternoon to all of you. It's almost 20 minutes past 1 o'clock. I'll take about 15 minutes or so. First of all, thank you, Professor Rumki Basu, for inviting me. I really appreciated that. And thank you, Dr. George Matthew. I think we're doing a fabulous, splendid job in Institute of Social Science. I've never been here. This is my first time. And I hope that I'll be visiting again. My friend Professor Amita Singh is here, Sujata ma'am is here, a lot of people are there, Professor Shankar Basu is here. So thank you so much. Professor Nazma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor, Jamia Millia Islamia was here in the inaugural session, Professor Sitaram, and Ambassador Khatwa also was here. I think this particular session is G20, I-20. I think basically these days, even if you are not a specific G20 person, everybody is talking about G20, you look at G20, you breathe G20. I think everything is very, it's a very embracing kind of concept and everything basically fits into it. For today's presentation, what I think, when Rumki asked me, I just thought about it because G20 is everywhere. So I think I should put it like why India matters, because of course India has taken the presidency of G20 for this particular year. And I think on September 9th and 10th we are going to have the Heads of State Summit meeting in Pragati Maidan. And also I think in terms of why India matters, of course the focus will be on G20, the issues, the challenges, and of course the way forward. Where we go from particular here. Basically, I think I'm a political science person and my forte is international politics, international relations. I was also wondering, I think in terms of the policy making, in terms of governance, in terms of the decision making process, is there some way the mainstream international relations theory or international politics theory with the broad spectrum of G20 or policy making or the way the policies are being made. I think in international relations, those of you who are from political science discipline, we talk about realist theory, Morgenthau, Kenneth Walsh, etc. We talk about survival, we talk about national interest, about power, self-help, anarchic societies. All of these things are very valid. I think in terms of the policy making apparatus also, in terms of governance, necessarily in the same order, but definitely some of those aspects are there. Then I think a new concept came in IR called the neo-realist theory, Robert Keohane, Joseph Nye, etc. They say all the things that the realists did are valid, are pertinent, but also I think we need to go one step forward, which is like the capabilities. Are we capable of delivering those things, national interest, power, etc., etc.? Then I think the theories like the constructivist theory in the late 90s, early 20th, 21st century, people like Peter Kaczynsztajn, Peter Gorovich, Robert Gilpin, etc., they talked about norms, about ideas, that just because we hang on to the national interest, about power, etc., the capabilities are not sufficient. If you look at societies like Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia, Philippines, and many other places, we also talk about how ideas matter, how norms matter, and those are also very, very significant. Then I think we have theories like decision-making theories like Graham Allison. He talked about rational decision-making, rational versus non-rational, rational versus irrational. Are we the people who make the decisions, who make the policies, are they rational? Do they act in a rational way, or they do not act in a rational way? So that is also very important. Then I think there is another theory called group think. Janice Stein, Richard Ned Lebow, they talk about it. Like, do we do it solo, like by ourselves, or do we take it like a kitchen cabinet, like a brain trust kind of thing, the couple of people. Like during the Cuban Missile Crisis, John F. Kennedy, he had got a group of people who advised him to do what and kinds of things. So groupthink is also very, very significant. So I think broadly speaking, again, across the board, if you look at the policy making, I think we take not necessarily everything in equal proportion, but definitely we take into concept of realist things, little bit on neo-realist, little bit on constructivist, little bit on decision making, little bit on groupthink, and many other theories as well. Then I think some speakers, they talk about, Siddharth talked about the multilateralism, the polarity kind of debate, okay? But I take it in a more IR kind of thing, like at the point of World War II, in 1945, we had a unipolar world. US was the sole hegemon in terms of nuclear arsenals. Then 4 years later, 1949, 1950, Soviet Union, then Soviet Union. They also acquired nuclear weapons, so it became a bipolar. And it remained that way for about 45 years, 1945 to 89 to 1990. When the Cold War ended, Soviet Union got dismembered. Then we have again got a couple of years, we have got again a unipolar world. Then at the beginning of 21st century, we see a more multipolar world where we have got more clusters of power all around. And in today's time, I think one scholar said that instead of multipolar power, we have got what he said is a multiplex power. And what he means by multiplex power is meaning the Western dominance is there, Western hegemony is there more or less. It has, although it has got diminished quite significantly, but there has been emergence of global South. So I think you cannot wishy-washy the global South from the global North. So what we need to do is to bridge the gap between the global North as well as the global South. So I think that polarity debate is still very much ongoing. It's very dynamic, it's very fluid, and that's there. The other point, I think, when we talk about polarity debate, we also talk about the power equation, the shifting power equations. Because I think broadly speaking, if you look at the power, I'm not talking about hard power, soft power, smart power, which I will come in a minute. But again, I'm talking broadly major power, middle power, and small power. And again, these things are also changeable like musical chairs. Like major powers, when we saw at the end of World War II, some of the powers may not be that major. Some of the new players are also into that league of major powers. Okay? Middle powers, for example, countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Canada, etc. In many ways, they have also moved forward. So it is quite possible that we may put some so-called quote-unquote major into middle and middle into minor. And then come small powers. Lot of times we look at small powers like in terms of geographical size, in terms of population, etc. But I think small may not be small in terms of quantifiable terms. Like as Siddharth said, 20% Nobel laureates happen to be from Jews, from the Israel. Okay? And I spent long time in US. The Jewish population in America is less than 2%. Less than 2%. But in terms of actual influence, you look at all the important television channels, for example, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, everything is all dominated. All the Hollywood studios, everything is controlled, okay? So I think in terms of real influence, I think they are very, very significant. Look at the country called Qatar, okay? Nobody heard about it 10, 20 years ago till the football game came along. And the Afghan negotiators, they could not agree on any place except going to Doha all the way, okay? And Qatar has suddenly become in the limelight, okay? Country like Vietnam, which was completely ravaged by United States, okay? Now, again, it has come back into the limelight, okay? Even some people are calling Vietnam to be an expanded member of the BRICS or expanded member of Quad, etc., etc. So I think this power equation kind of thing, I think that you have to take it with a pinch of salt, which is major and what is middle. As far as India is concerned, I think we hear about everything. India as a major power, India as a rising power, India as an emerging power. When Barack Obama came and delivered that famous lecture in the Indian Parliament, he said, India has not only as an emerging power, it is already immersed. Okay, so, and India is an aspirational power. One of my friend from when I was doing my PhD in Cornell, he wrote India as an upper tier economy. This was way back in 1980. So again, and another thing, one of the important scholar in international politics called Stephen Cohen, he wrote a very famous book in 1999 that was first published called India and Emerging Power with a question mark. That book got published after 5, 6, 7 years, okay, as a second edition. Title remains the same, the author remains the same, the only thing that remained changed was the question mark was gone. So I think that says something, that at the end of 20th century, India was kind of iffy kind of categories. Maybe we are inching towards that. But by in the next couple of years, okay, we have already come of age. We don't have to apologize to anyone. Not that we are doing everything hunky-dory, we are doing everything right. Certain things we need to, and certain extraneous things also come along. So I think that is the third part that I would say is in terms of the important potential strength of our country. I think a lot of times what we say is in our normal discourse, we say the glass is always half empty, sad, bad, and mad, kind of doom and gloom scenario kind of thing. A lot of things we don't appreciate that the glass is also equally half full rather than half empty. So I think we need to have that kind of attitude. So I think I don't like to make a laundry list of that. I think if you look at the potential inherent strengths of our country, that has withstood us pretty well in the last 5,000 years is the geographical outreach, the big ocean lanes, the historical heritage and civilizational legacy, the cultural, economic, trade, commercial ties with West Asia, Central Asia, East Asia, in literally every part of the world, the leading power in ICT. I remember when I was in Japan in, I think, 1999 or 2000, then Japanese Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori, he made a state visit to India. Guess what? Usually when a president or prime minister come to Delhi, to India, first they land here in Delhi, because this is the nation's capital. But he landed, the flight from Tokyo landed first in Bangalore, because that's the Silicon Valley. That's where he had discussion with Narayana Murthy, with Ajim Premji and other people before he came to Delhi. So I think the ICT, the software kind of advantages, India has a soft power, so that's very, very important. Also, I think the democratic dividend, which is one of the subtitle of today's conference, I think that's very important. In the morning, we heard a lot from Professor Nazma Akhtar, Professor Rumki Basu also highlighted, Dr. George Matthew as well. More than 50% of the India's population, they are below 25 years of age. And more than 65% of the population of India are below 35 years of age. And I think that's a big reservoir of strengths that we have got, but the key challenge is to harness their energy, harness their particular strengths. I think I was reading the other day a piece from the Economic Times that says that 12 million youth, they are being skilled, reskilled and upskilled, okay, under the Pradhan Mantri Kausal Vikas Yojana and many other particular scheme of things. So I think definitely there can be a good match, as Khalid said, in the inaugural session between the G20 and also with the Sherpa group and the task force group, also with the Y20. India's middle class, I think this is an aspirational class, 400 million people, and as Wall Street Journal once said, the India's middle class is quote unquote the emperor of choice. Emperor of choice means they can pick and choose from, this was not there in pre-1990 or in the other times. So I think middle class is a very, very important component. That is one of our strengths. English as an use of language, that gives a competitive advantage over China and many other countries. The hard power and soft power, I don't like to give a big lectures. Hard power, as you all know, in terms of the third largest army in the world. We have got nuclear capabilities in a triad, in air, in sea, and in the Navy also. We have got nuclear submarines, Arihant and Vikramadit. We have got all ICBM missiles, BrahMos, and many other things. So I think we have got NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, SDMA, etc. So I think we know, even they do take splendid care. I'm from the state of Odisha. The amount of work NDMA did, SDMA did in terms of the super cyclone and Operation Phalane, etc., etc. Plus, they also take care of, God forbid, if something happens in chemical, biological, nuclear weapons, etc. I think they have done a great job. In terms of soft power, okay, as Joseph and I said, this is an element of attraction, this is an element of inducement, and the soft power capabilities, I mean, you can feel it, but you cannot see it exactly. I think in terms of soft power, Ambassador Khatwa was here a few minutes ago. He's an example of India's embodiment of public diplomacy. He was also the chair and director general of ICCR. I also happen to be privileged to be a ICCR India chair in Moscow. The many other things, Bollywood, Indian music, I remember when I was teaching a course called Japan and India in Tokyo, and I spent 8 years in Japan, and this was one of the most popular courses. And I remember I showed a movie that was in Japanese subtitle called Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam. And that was by Salman Khan and Aishwarya Rai. The class was fully packed. And I remember in the year 2000, the most popular movie in Japan was not, and the Titanic was also released in the same year, but the movie that made more money and was more popular was a movie by Rajinikanth. Nobody heard about it. He is so popular. And the movie was called Dancing Maharaja, Oduru Maharaja. Everybody was crazy about it. So the point I'm trying to make is the Bollywood, the democratic traditions. I went to Seoul library, to Tokyo library. I saw the books by Rabindranath Tagore. And one of the influential thinkers from Japan, Tenjin Okakura, he was highly influenced. And it is translated over there. I think I can give you many examples. Yoga, cricket, Kho-Kho, Ayurveda. I think there are many, many examples. The point I'm trying to make is India's hard power, India's soft power, definitely that has enhanced and had put India ahead of the curve. In terms of economic resurgence, as I think as we have read, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, India in the next couple of years is going to be the third powerful economic engine in the countries. In terms of diversified diplomacy, in terms of defense, I think that's also very, very important. Usually, I think before 1990s, we used to put all eggs in one basket, namely in the Soviet Union basket. And for a reason, I would like to not blame them because of the different times that Nehru, Indira, Narasimha Rao did. But in the post-1990s, I think in the post-Cold War era, we woke up. I think we tried to develop what Ajit Doval and Pratap Bhanu Mehta and other people, they talk about the strategic autonomy, non-alignment 2.0, and not put all eggs in one basket, rather trying to have a diversified thing. Today we have got in a situation where we are buying things from France, from Rafale, we are buying things from Israel, the Barak missiles, we are buying from United States. Prime Minister made a visit a few weeks ago on the drone technologies and many other things. We are also buying from from Russia. So we are having things from different things, but at the same time, we are also developing our own indigenous things, whether it is Tejas, whether it is Chetak, and many other, Bajra, etc. So I think in terms of diversified defense diplomacy, we're in the right tracks and we're going in the right directions. And also, I think in terms of, Ambassador Khatwa, he spent a long time also in Sudan, trying to bring the two factions between South Sudan and North Sudan in terms of peacekeeping, peacemaking, and also peace building. That has also been one of the hallmarks. And also in terms of India's contribution to multilateral institutions, I think the beauty was, last December, for example, India was holding 3 trump cards. India got the presidency for G20. India was the president for SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And India, for that particular month, December, was the president in UN Security Council as a non-permanent member. Of course, we deserve to be permanent, and definitely we will be in some days. So India is in the vantage position of all of those things. Plus, we are a member of BRICS, we are a member of Quad in the East, Quad in the West. Quad with Australia, Japan, and United States, and also as part of I2U2 with United Arab Emirates, with Israel. And also another interesting things about our policy is not zero-sum, that if we are friends with Arabs or Arab countries or Palestine, okay, for a right reason, we have to be hostile to Israel, okay? That necessarily so. Now we are in a situation where we have got very robust, vibrant relations with all the Arab countries. Prime Minister made a stopover in United Arab Emirates, coming back from France, stopover in Egypt, coming back from United States, okay? At the same time, we are also having good relations with Israel, and nobody minds that. So I think we did not shift the goalpost. It is the other side which shifted the goalpost. They rather embraced us. In 1998, when we did Pokhran 2 explosion, the G8 countries, they imposed economic sanctions on us, okay? But we did not budge an inch, okay? But slowly but surely, they lifted all the economic sanctions. So because they shifted the goalpost, not us. And I think that shows about the resilience, about the strength of India's democracy, etc. But having said that, I think when I said the glass is half full, of course, we should take pride in that. At the same time, I believe the glass is also half empty, in the sense there are still a lot of things that we need to work out. The population is there, okay? It can go either ways, like 140 million people, and how we need to harness that energy in the right particular directions. And the gap between the richer states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, etc., and the poorer states in Jharkhand, Bihar, I remember the experts on public policy, public ad, they used to call it quote unquote Bimaru state. So how we can bridge those things between the rich state and the poor state, so that everybody basically follow the line that our Prime Minister has been saying, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, and Sabka Vishwas. Okay, so I think we need that. But I think that's a very idealistic vision. But I think we need to work on that, and I'm sure in the next 5 or 10 years, at least in the intermediate to long term, I think we will be able to do that. Energy security, that's also another important thing. Even as we speak, we import about 80-82% of oil, natural gas from other countries. Of course, we have been making a tangible improvement in that respect. For example, in terms of hydrocarbons, in terms of wind energy, in terms of solar energy. Thanks to India's leadership, we are part of the International Solar Alliance of more than 100 countries. So I think we are going in the right direction, but is it a big step or a baby step? But even a baby step can also go a long way, because a baby, first it crawls before it walks before it runs before it can compete for the Olympics. So I think everything goes in stages, in phases. So I think those challenges are there, and that needs to be taken care of. The maritime security, Indo-Pacific, etc. The water crisis, I think I was reading an article that the next 20 years globally, this is going to be a very, very big issue everywhere in the world. It's like water everywhere, not a drop to drink. Even look at our country, the issue of our Indus River, the issue of our Brahmaputra, issue of our Ganges, issue of our Tista, some of the agreement has been done, because I think this has to be done in a very delicate particular ways. Terrorism issues, the 26/11, December 13 issues, etc. That's also important. Cyber security, I think Siddharth talked a lot about it, and I think how we can deal with that. The nuclear issues, there are countries in the neighborhood, they have got a lot of nuclear weapons. We do have a robust policy in terms of no fast use, in terms of moratorium on the further test, but I think we need to be prepared for the unpredictable, for the day after kind of things. The pandemics, we saw in the last during our lifetime, during my lifetime, we have seen H1N1, swine flu, Ebola, now COVID-19, okay? But who knows, 10 years, 20 years down the road, how things will sum up. So we need to be prepared for those kind of things, okay? And also, I think we need to extend our hands. I think India did a marvelous job in developing, as the Prime Minister said, vaccine Maitri with other different countries in the world. I think the final point that I would like to make is, where we go from here, the way forward kind of things. I think we need to have a more robust and resilient economy. There will be occasional setbacks, there will be challenges, but I think we need to have a more long durée view kind of things. How we will going to be perceived 20 years from now, how our next generation are going to perform. I think those are the areas I think we need to be careful. I think as an individual, I feel cautiously optimistic that we are going in the right direction, but we think we need to take everybody along, and we need to take the victory as well as the defeat in stride, and we need to move forward. Thank you once again for inviting me. I really appreciated that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Badrul Alam. Now I request Professor Debashish Bhattacharya to please give his brief address.
Hello everybody, it's an honor to be in front of all of you. I am in a very advantageous position because of the fact that most of the areas which have been covered so far are so voluminous that I have not much to cover, and I might just do some repetition of some of the areas. But then there are a few important things which are coming to my mind which might be different from the slides. Are the slides there? Okay. Because I will deviate from the slide a little bit because many of the contents have already been discussed. So, and I will make my speech also a little bit shorter and not to come in between lunch and the end of the session. And thank you. Okay. I will fast forward quite a few things. Yeah. No problem. So I will start from where Professor Alam was discussing that over the last 1 year, it has been a very strategically important year for India in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics. The last 1 year we have been, in fact, SCO chairman and the chairperson of SCO, G20 presidency, as well as we were the president of the United Nations Security Council for 1 month, the December of 2022. Previous to that, maybe 1.5 years ago, we were also heading the BRICS community. We are now one of the 5 members, we all know it. So we have been in the global platform in a very strategic manner over the last 1 year. And over the last 3-4 years, India has been invited in most of the major world forums. They are, you can say, invitee in G7 summit and many other summits. What is the reason for that? There must be some reason that the whole world is looking at India from a very strategic purpose. One is COVID-19 created a platform where one of the biggest powers and emerging powers, basically, the second so-called most powerful country in the world, has been sidetracked by majority of the Western powers because of some of the reasons which led to the origin of this particular enormous disaster, human disaster. Now, apart from that, the rigidity of this second most powerful country, according to many, that is China, has also created ripple effects, not only in the region, the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, as well as the larger region, and in global platform. But also it has given an enormous opportunity for democratic countries, rising and very large-sized democratic countries, to take the frontal position. India is one of them. Brazil in Latin America is another. South Africa is another. So these are some of the countries which have been focused enormously in the last 2, 3, 4 years. But India is definitely at the central level of all attraction as far as the world community is concerned. And that creates a level playing field for India's G20 presidency to create an impact worldwide. Now, some of the areas where where India can play and has been playing a very important role are like the global economic leadership, promoting inclusive growth. These are some of the things which are there. But what is very important also is India's advocacy for reformed multilateralism and transparency in global governance. These two aspects have been missing terribly during the last 2, 3, 4 years, particularly in the aftermath of COVID-19. And that has created strategic shifts in alliance formation, geopolitical alliance formation. And from that point of view, India has a tremendous amount of advantage to move forward with this reformed multilateralism and this transparency in global governance. With a huge population of 1.4 crore and most of 140 crores, and most of them in the very young age group, that is less than 50%, less than 25 years, it's a tremendous opportunity which is waiting for the whole world. And remember, this young aspiration is one of the most aspirational young forces in the world. Now the question is that how to channelize that, this massive young population, towards something which is productive and qualitatively as well as quantitatively superlative than all other countries in the world. We have the resource, the demographic dividend, but what is important is to create further resources to harness this resource in such a manner that we are creating an impact which is making real dividends, not only for our country, but for the global community. So this is very important. Now this is beyond what is there in the slide, because many things in the slide will be repeating if I just go with the slides. Now, if I talk about this young community, then I will find that I was in the United States for almost about 8.5 years. And I found that there are a few changes which are required in our community in India. One is the type of education system which we are currently going through is still very much theoretical backed up. Now the National Education Policy 2020 creates an impact in the mind of the entire educational fraternity to make it much more practical oriented, interactive, and where the students themselves, student centric, where they will be driving the classes. And once they do that, that will create an impact not only amongst the entire academia, but also it will make them at the frontal stage of all types of discussion process, policy making, deliberations, all these things can be there. Yesterday, Professor Rumki Basu was speaking with me, and she was saying that the students are driving many things, and even formation, conference such as like this can only be successfully made or conducted once the students are coming and actively participating. So it has to be young generation driven economy, young generation driven policy, and that is something which is also important. Now, as far as some of the traditional things are concerned, global economic leadership is definitely very important. Some of the very important things which are coming in the mind at this moment after listening to everybody and my own research is that the sustainable development. This development has to be very much sustainable and long-term impact, creating an impact among the masses. Inclusive. These are some of the very important words which we will be juggling with over the next quite a few years, because of the nature of these words which are so encompassing that it will be creating an impact not only for a few sections of the population, but beyond that a larger section of the population, not only in our country but also elsewhere. So G20 creates a platform where India can advocate its the power, the strength of not only the population. We say many times that we are the highest populated country in the world, so there is a positive nature of understanding that, and there is a negative nature. I will always take it as a positive, even if there should be a positive population policy, in my opinion, because we cannot sustain if we move in this increase at this rate. But the positive impact will be that we have to admit that 65% of the population are so productive, potentially productive, that we can really revolutionize the entire world. But we are still not able to do it because there are some structural bottlenecks which need to be, from the policy point of view, the government is trying to reduce those bottlenecks. This particular government over the last 9-10 years have been doing a lot in making some major changes. So that is one very positive direction. But at the same time, the opportunities have to trickle down to every section of the population. There are still a lot of sections in a bigger network who are not having an access to internet. Even if in the last 9 to 10 years there have been steady ride in that direction, very much improving. but still there is a demand-supply gap in our country because of the population. So from that point of view, our population is a drawback or a shortcoming. But from the other point of view, if you see that whatever we have done is something which other countries cannot even imagine. So this is something which is also, it's a mixed bag of something which we are trying to do and we are doing in a very enormous manner, but still we are facing crisis or struggling because of one issue, that there is a demand-supply gap. Those things are very critical. That is the reason I think the present government's policies, we will discuss most of the things in the context of the present government over the last 9-10 years, because the same government is running, it's continuing. The extended neighborhood policy, the very immediate neighborhood policy, regional policies, these are very important policies. One is at the global stage, definitely, but at the same time, we need to also see that the geographical location, the geopolitical location, scenario under which we are existing. So from the extended neighborhood policy, there are 2-3 very strategic areas, which one is the in the Pacific region, because this is the most, you can say, the busiest maritime trade zone. Okay, it connects the greater Indian Ocean with the larger Pacific and then connects the entire world. So this is a very strategically and sensitive area. So that is one area. Another is the Central Asia, India-Central Asian relations. The 5 countries, huge natural resources. We are energy crisis countries. We are energy hungry countries. So we need to, and we have a 1.4 billion population to sustain. So we cannot depend on ourselves. We do not have enough energy resources. So we have to get tie-ups with the Central Asian countries. The focus have shifted towards these countries, which was earlier not there. Over the last 7-8 years, there have been. And some of the symbolic gestures have been that last year, I think in January, during the 26th January parade, all the 5 Central Asian country leaders were invited, but because of some reason, not 21 or 22, there was virtual. The summit happened on 27th of January 2022, the first ever India Central Asian Summit, virtually, because I think there was a COVID crisis once again there. It was an emerging crisis towards the end of 2021. So that is one area of focus. Another will be the ITU2, as Professor Alam was basically speaking about. From a very geopolitical point of view, it's very strategic that we have, strategic alliance now with the United Arab Emirates, as well as Israel has been our friend for a very long time, and then definitely United States. Also, the independent foreign policy which we are running is having its own enormous strength. That is the reason, even if there have been so many, criticisms or obstructions or obstacles from various quarters, we have been able to withstand those pressure because of the, one of the major reasons have been the demographic dividend, which is potentially waiting for that. It is not for only our own country, but for the global community also. So this is something which is there. From the technological point of view, as Siddharth was speaking about that 5 major companies, and he, I think, was not speaking about 1 or 2 more where Indian origin people are heading. But Google was there, and then there were other areas. I think Microsoft is also at this moment headed by somebody which, Satya Nadella. So see, we are, and Twitter was earlier somebody, and then Elon Musk came up. So we have been at the global stage, even from the technological point of view, in a very significant manner. So India's presence is omnipresent all over the world, and the whole world, the global community understands that. We have to use this in the G20 platform. Climate change also, we have been doing steady progress. We are I think the only country, the Prime Minister says, at this moment who have, and this country, as India, we should be proud that we have been able to comply with all the regulations which was there in the Paris Agreement. So far, International Solar Alliance, Professor Alam was speaking about, we are heading this particular alliance, more than 100-country alliance. And in fact, Gurgaon is the headquarter of that. So India and France led. So these are some of the areas which energy security is, I think, one of the major focus areas where there will be a lot of employment opportunities also, reskilling, upskilling, because you see, these are the areas where there will be employment opportunities, and India will be generating, has to generate employment opportunities in terms of its education, in terms of the economic prospects or the policies, geopolitical setting, everywhere. So I think it's an enormous opportunity which G20 will be giving us. And as the president of G20, we are preparing for that. We have been organizing large number of programs all over the country, highlighting tourism is another area where India can come up in a very big way and create a lot of sustainable development as well as employment. So these are some of the areas where I wanted to focus, which is out of this box of slides, because I thought, let me not discuss, many things have been discussed earlier. And these are my thought processes at this moment, and I will stop here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank all our lead speakers for this enlightening session. We had a really good time at the plenary session, and this would guide the course of the conference. Now I request Professor Basu to kindly have a word.
The good news is that we've completed two major sessions, the inaugural one and the plenary sessions, where we have introduced all our major speakers. Let me announce that after this, our Young Researchers Symposium, I think 40 or 42, 43 young researchers have registered, and initially they had sent their abstracts for the symposium, in which 10 specific themes were given in the call for papers. That was some time back, I think about a month back or so. We had given a call for papers in which themes were spelled out. They were to send their abstracts, and the response that we got was really very heartwarming, because these were specific areas in which we wanted responses from research done. It wasn't as though, they could just write an essay on the theme and send it to us. We were very clear this was to be a researchers forum, in which if you have done some kind of research, seminal or otherwise, you feel you've done research, empirical research on the theme, kindly respond with an abstract. And they did, and from those abstracts we chose the ones which we found promising to be able to give us a new perspective on the subject. So therefore, the whole purpose of Y20 was not just our generation speakers speaking to the young, which we keep doing all the time in every forum. It's us versus them. We are the givers of knowledge, and they are the recipients. So they have to be coming and listening to us, the older generations. I thought for a change, we need to do something else. Let us be more interactive, and given this issue, which the Y20 themes caught my attention, and I felt this is something, we need to do. Let them, the younger generation, give us their thoughts, their ideas, their inputs, and their research, which they've done on the Amrit Kaal period, which really concerns them. We are the past, you are the future. And, in the program Youth Connect, which I was doing for a year now, I think the banner said, the future is yours. So therefore, it was time to listen to you, to listen to the younger generation, their inputs and their thoughts on how their future should be shaped up for them. So I think, I of course thank the speakers on the dais in the earlier forum, and the plenary session where we have a young speaker. I've introduced him before in Youth Connect. He spoke on the budget this year. We do have a mix of the young and the old, but we've talked to you enough. Now it's time for the young researchers to begin their presentations. So may I request the presenters of the first session, we have two, post-lunch we have two sessions. May I request the presenters of the first session to please come back in 15 minutes, and may I request the judges, Professor Surinder Kumar, Sujata Singh, Professor Sujata Singh and Professor Debashish Bhattacharya, would you please come back by 20 minutes so that we can get the first session started, and thereafter, they can all have, the others can have their late lunch and join us. But at least the speakers, we shouldn't delay, we shouldn't make it too long a day, So I think 8 or 9 speakers of the first session, please. You'll have a hurried lunch. My apologies, but we just cannot really go that late. And the judges, please, Professor Kumar, Professor Singh, and Professor Bhattacharya, just 20 minutes time and get back to us. We'll get this room ready, and the symposium begins at, hopefully, in 20 minutes time, Young Researchers Symposium will begin.
present, and 1 minute to each, 1 minute to the judges to have a Q&A with the presenters, and I'll request at least the judges to have at least one question to the presenters. So we have 7 participants in this track. 5 will be presenting offline here and 2 will be online. 9 minutes for the presenters to present and 1 minute for Q&A. Yeah. Yes. So each one of you, of the judges, have a paper in front of you. You have 4 verticals out there, and each vertical is of 25 marks each. So we'll request you to mark each of the presentations based on that, and cumulatively we'll then have something out of 100. And based on that, we'll be deciding upon whether in this track, which presenters, we'll rank them based on the 100, out of 100, whatever we get. We'll have the first, second, and third prizes for this track, each of the tracks basically. So we'll start with the first presenter. Are we ready to go? Yes. Yeah. So we have Ritvik Singh Sabharwal coming up first. Yeah. Please.
Now am I audible? Before I start, before my timer starts, I would like to, my sister is a Bharatnatyam dancer, so I've learned this from her. I would like to mention and thank my guru, Dr. Nachiketa Singh, who sent me the proposal for this symposium and inspired me to write this paper. This is my first research paper, hopefully not my last. And so, अगर कोई गलतियां होती हैं तो मैं पहले ही, before I even start, माजरत खा हूँ उसके लिए. I apologize. I will, ma'am. My name is Ritvik Singh Sabharwal. I have just completed my bachelor's in political science from SGTB Khalsa College North Campus, University of Delhi. And my research paper is something that I had gathered the material for a long time ago, but started working on just recently. And it started out as 20 page ka likhna hai. It ended up being 53 pages with 8 pages of references, because Americans are very good at keeping records. They are excellent in this one field. Please start the timer wherever it is. Okay. So my paper is titled Distorted Society, How Demography Doomed the Confederate States. 1861 से 1865 के बीच में United States of America underwent a very brutal civil war that killed hundreds and thousands of people, converted entire towns into graveyards, and burned some of the major trade centers. Now, the topic with which this presentation was made in mind is demographic dividend, national and international experiences. So, America being one of the great nations of the world, my research paper concerns a part of its demography that is very well hidden. Its basic sense of inequity that it has tried to mask throughout its history. And अब ये पेपर 21st century में कैसे relevant है ये मैं सोच रहा था, और 2 दिन पहले news आई कि the state of Florida has approved an educational curriculum saying that slavery was beneficial to the black people of the United States. And I said, if historians are debating this today, just 2 days ago, then this presentation is quite relevant. I would like कि मतलब मेरी आवाज़ ही पहचान है, अगर याद रहे तो मेरी तरफ focus करें, presentation पर थोड़ा कम. You can just see this map. I want you to notice the 2 colors on the bottom, the red and the yellow. The red are the states of America that are called the Deep South, and the yellow is what is called the Upper South. This paper tells about the demographic features of this southern region of United States that led it to break from the rest of the country tried to form its own nation, and then ended up going into a civil war that ended in a catastrophic defeat. और इस पेपर का औचित्य ये है, ये समझाना कि जो कन्फेडरेट स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका यानी दक्षिणी स्टेट्स की डिफीट हुई, उनकी जो हार हुई, उनका जो विध्वंस हुआ, उसका कारण, उसका रीजन उनकी बैटलफील्ड पर लॉसेस नहीं थी, बल्कि उनकी डेमोग्राफिक डेफिसिट थी. They had created a society that was self-inflicting wounds upon itself. So the enemy had to literally do nothing. It had to just put a little pressure, and the entire newly created country, the Confederate States of America, collapsed under its own weight. So before the Civil War starts, before 1861, before Confederacy is formed, Southern society के main demographic features क्या हैं? First of all, there is a class system based on slavery where there are three classes: the yeomen, the planters, and the slaves. The important point here to note is the people who owned slaves were a very, very small minority. They were less than 5% of the total population. But the white people who did not own slaves also supported the system of slavery. Why? I have spent the maximum time in this paper explaining this, why a majority of non-slave owning white people still support the system of slavery. They support it because they believe if slavery is abolished, then we would have to do the work the slaves are doing. We would become the bottom rung. It is kind of like saying, although it's an ancient example, that if one day the Shudras disappear, then the Vaishyas would have to take their place. It's a very odd kind of psychology based on ignorance, based on cultivated stupidity. And the slave owners, knowing that they were a small minority, used churches, used newspapers, used all sorts of public platforms to keep the white people, the poor white people who did not own slaves, as uneducated and ignorant as possible. So they kept on supporting slavery. Despite the fact that the slavery as an institution harmed them, they lacked the jobs. It gave the slave-owning whites a very big advantage over the non-slave-owning whites. But as is the case in history, so many of the times, people continue to support things that harm them. उन्हीं चीज़ों को हम समर्थन देते हैं जो हमारे लिए अच्छी नहीं होती है. दूसरी चीज़, political divide. There were two parties in the American South before 1860, on the Whigs and the Democrats, and they had like hundreds of different policies. And they were very polarized. And the most important feature was that political violence was seen as a normal, honorable thing. If I am a Whig and you are a Democrat, it was super common for me to challenge you to a gun duel. And to us, हमें लगता है gun duels are something very amazing. You have these two cowboys in the Wild West taking out their guns and killing each other. You have to remember these were human beings who killed each other out of political disputes. Hundreds of men, politicians, killed each other in various parts of the South out of political disputes with guns to each other's heads. This is the table that, there are a lot of tables, but this is the one I want you to pay clear attention to. Look at the percentage of slaves to white people. It is more than 1/3. So slaves were not a small number. It was not like every town had like 2 or 3 slaves. It was a huge population of people who were stripped of every essence of dignity possible. Imagine a life where you cannot have a name. Imagine a life where you cannot call somebody your family. Imagine a life where you give birth to a child and a person can take away that child and then auction him some miles away in another town. It is extremely difficult for us today in the modern world to imagine the lives of slaves. It is something so alien to our mind that it becomes very difficult. And this, another table, just see that the amount of slaveholders who hold 500 plus slaves is 148 in these states and in these states also. It's a very small. Slaveholders are a very minuscule minority. They are not a large majority that every white man is owning slaves. That was not the case. And this I have already talked about, the culture of hypermasculine honor. This is a senator. He is a member of parliament who kills a state attorney in a duel. Imagine a member of parliament today killing a lawyer in a duel. And what consequences do these people face? Nothing. Hundreds of duels, hundreds of people died. There was a vice president of USA who killed a former secretary of treasury and faced no consequences. That is the kind of hyper-masculine culture. Okay, the demonstration of your manliness was violence. That was inculcated. And Bertram Wyatt Brown has written a very thick book on this subject called Southern Honor, Ethics in the Old South, which I've referred to multiple times. These are all the steps that lead to the Civil War. My project doesn't necessarily deal with the Civil War. It deals with the causes of the defeat in the Civil War. So we can just skip this. Now, how did the demographics lead to the defeat of the Confederacy? In a state whose 1/3 population is slaves, it is fighting with one hand tied to its back, because those 1/3 people, the slaves, cannot fight in their army. And if you allow slaves to fight, you are essentially saying that slavery is a bad institution. You are undermining its purpose, because if a slave can fight, then a slave is equal to a white man. If he can wear a uniform and fight with a white man, then he is equal. So the Confederates are trapped. They cannot allow slaves to be soldiers, because their entire institution would be proven a lie, that black people are somehow lower than white people. But if they don't allow slaves to become soldiers, 1/3 of their population cannot fight. So they are fighting a losing war from the start. And because of slavery, the economy never modernized. If you have slaves, why would you develop industries? Why would you develop shipping? You can just keep on making them work on farms and generate profit after profit, pay them zero salary. And that is the kind of economy that the South had developed because of slavery. It had stuck the Southern economy into the feudal times. It had not allowed land-based feudalism to die. And the rich slave-owning class was completely apathetic to the poor white people and the black people. So the race divide was used as a way to mask the class divide. वो class को छुपा देते थे race के नाम पर. And इसलिए they never attained any semblance of proper administration. And it promoted an anti-meritocratic system, because if you had slaves and you had no merit, you have the wealth and the political power to get any position you want. So the system of slavery encouraged anti-meritocracy. I'll just conclude in 15 seconds. The basic point is that any society, now we leave the Confederacy, come to the modern times. There's a choice before every state on whether they want their demography to be a liability or an asset. ये एक choice होती है जो हर देश को खुद करनी पड़ती है. ये कोई होकर नहीं आती है. Same conditions पर दोनों तरफ जा सकती है बात. और जब आप अपनी पूरी demographic system को inequity पे base करोगे, तो the historical precedent says your nation will collapse out of its own weight. The greatest nations in the world, the French Empire, the mighty Rome, the British Empire, have all collapsed because they believed that preserving the privilege of the already privileged was more important than basic ideas of justice. And I would like to just conclude how I have concluded in that paper also. The ancient Greeks were wrong about almost everything. Aristotle was wrong about everything. Plato was wrong about everything. But one thing that they knew was the idea of isonomy. If you live in a society, and this is for India today and for nations across the world, if you live in a society where you cannot apply the same principles to all individuals, you are living in a society that is willing to eat itself apart at the slightest hint of trouble. And it is my sincere hope that we, the youth, can strive for a little bit more equity in our times, and the next generation can strive for a little more equity in its time, so that we become an equitable nation rather than an equal nation. Equity is more important than equality. That's it from my side. These are all the sources for the tables, and this is my thanks to these people who reviewed my essay. ये सब ना होते तो this 53-page long script could not have been written. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, international experiences of demographic dividend.
What is demographic dividend?
Sir, it is how a nation uses its population to benefit its society and state at large. Sir, it was specified international experiences. It is in the topic. Can somebody show him? The track theme was demographic dividend, national and international experiences. And this was a paper dealing with the international experiences of demographic dividend rather than with the national ones. If you can show, sir, the topic, please. No, you can question more than one. I would be happy to answer. Should I explain it? Sir, I believe, and again, you are much more educated than I am, so it's my humble opinion. All states in human history have had certain boundaries as to what their populations are and what they can do. Demographic dividend, like the dividend in mathematics, is what you can take out by inputting resources in your population. So if you have a state like the Confederacy who puts nothing in its population, enslaves 1/3 and is very happy with the inequity, that state is going to fail. So if India has to, or any other nation has to learn from examples of such states, they have to realize that you cannot expect demography to benefit you if you don't input valuable resources in it. You have to invest in demography to reap demographic dividend. That is the point of demographic dividend. Any other questions? I would be open to them.
I was just curious, why did you decide on this particular?
Ma'am, when I looked,
US.
yes, when I looked at the topics, all the topics except for this one were covering India. So I knew that everybody else most likely would be presenting research papers regarding India. So I'll act something that should be international, because we are living in a globalized world. The idea of nationalism is becoming more and more irrelevant with every passing day. So in that theme, I wanted something that deals with the international experiences of demographic dividend, and then I would confess that I am a slave of habit. I am a student of political history. That is my field of interest, the political developments in history. And I used that to build this project. That's it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir, please go.
What is your final conclusion about the demographic dividend from your abstract and the paper?
Sir, my final...
Who was the winner, who was the loser, and why?
Sir, the winners in this particular case were the people who had no interest in maintaining the institution of slavery, but were also not harmed by its existence. Because these people lost nothing. They did not lose their power, they did not lose their wealth. Everybody else is a loser, and that is what is so dangerous about a demographic deficit. That if a nation creates a demographic deficit, there are no winners. Everybody loses in that nation. There is no winner. So if you do something like the Confederacy did, you will end up with a demographic deficit, and that demographic deficit will cripple you. And slightest effort of war, this was not a very large war as compared to the world wars or any other thing, it would destroy and crush your entire nation. That was what is the final conclusion. And India and the other countries have to learn to invest in their population and to encourage equity. That is the basic idea. Without equity, all other demography is useless. Any other questions?
See the concept, every concept as it evolves in a particular social science or anything.
Yes, sir.
It has a precise meaning.
Yes, sir.
Demographic dividend in social science literature has a particular meaning and a context.
Yes, sir.
When you say demographic dividend in the international context or in a national context, that also has a different connotation. So you made a very wonderful presentation, but I suspect that your presentation and the concept of demographic dividend are two different things.
Sir, that is a perfectly fine judgment for you to make. You are much more educated, as I said, than I am, so you can have that perspective. It's completely valid. But as far as I have studied, and from writers who have referred in this, Peter Turchin has an entire book called The Demographics of America.
That is different thing. Demography.
And sir, I was saying something. And in that book, he tells us how social institutions cause the fall of demographic institutions, which lead to a fall in demographic dividend. Rest, I might be completely wrong. This essay might be completely misplaced, and I'm willing to accept that as a fault. As I said, this is my first research paper, so I'm willing to accept all judgment you put upon me. There is no कोई कथन नहीं है सर. आप जो कहेंगे वो ब्रह्म वाक्य है. ठीक है. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for listening.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
I spent 5 years in the American South, and things have not changed. White still.
That was in the paper, ma'am. That was in the paper in the introduction. You can keep this copy also if any one of you wants to read and take it home.
Yeah, I'll like you. I did my PhD from Auburn University, Alabama.
It's a great honor.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'll do it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So let me clarify once again. So the track name is Demographic Dividend, which is international and national experiences, and also India's changing labor pattern, which are the patterns in formal and informal sector. So I'll request all the participants to please keep to the limit of 9 minutes, and judges to 1 minute, 1 minutes of Q&A. And this is something I forgot to tell earlier, that after you're done with the marking, please keep the folders in place and hand it over only to Rumki ma'am and nobody else. Dr. Basu. Yeah. Yeah, please. We trust you with that. Okay, so coming up next is Sakshi Sandilya. Yeah, please. I'll request you to please keep up with the time. We are running short of it. Yeah.
I'm Sakshi Sandilya.
Okay. Hello. If you can also introduce yourself, where you are, what are you currently doing?
Yes, sir. So I'm a third year student pursuing political science honors from Kaal College, Delhi University. And this is my first experience in research paper presentation, and I have done a minor research, so please forgive me on that part because it's a very naive experience for me. So starting with demographic dividend, as you all can see, its population can be an asset or a liability, we all know. So what is demographic dividend? Basically, in broad terms, demographic dividend is a population pattern, a working age structure, as a population age structure in which there are more proportion of young people in the demographic transition of the country, so that they could contribute to the growth of economy through their potential contribution, because they are young, the foremost thing, and second thing, that they are more they are more capable of getting skill enhancement courses and all those things. Now, before proceeding further, what I want you to notice that whenever we talk about demographic dividend, we always talk about potential contributors. But who are the dependents at this stage of economy? So when we talk about dependents, this is what UNFPA says about demographic. I have included this in my research paper, and time constraint, I'll move forward. So the note I want to add is that dependents in demographic dividend are never disabled persons. We have to understand that when we are talking about demographic dividend and the dependence on demography, they are only from age perspective, that is 60 to 65 and above, who are the retired age, and people adolescents below 14 who are just dependent on consumption of resources like education, skills, and they are generally dependent upon their parents. So that is the concept of dependence in demographic dividend. Moving forward, what are the conditions for demographic dividend? See, the upper conditions, if we'll see, demographic dividend is a two-way process where it gives development, but it also needs something in return. It also needs, you have to contribute to development like improvement in healthcare facilities. That's the first foremost thing, that you need to have a fit population, healthy from physical and mental fitness. Second is that improvement in education sector, which is must, but you also have to consider, as we have discussed, that what kind of education, skill based education is the need of the hour. Degree oriented education is somehow losing backseat, and it's completely what you know, what exposure you have, how your profile works, and what all things you can inclusively you can add into your skills. That depends. Then we have skill enhancement activities, I talked about it. And the most important thing is demography has a special connection with democracy, in the sense that if you will have the freedom to to confess your feelings, to express your ideas, then only your inquisitive character or creative freedom or uniqueness could be surfaced, and then only you could completely work upon your mind according to your own views and opinions. So these are the factors responsible. Improvement in healthcare sector is also improvement in agriculture sector, because if we talk about Indian context, India was initially, after independence, was very much dependent upon imports of agricultural imports from America. But after Green Revolution, we have become much self-sufficient country in terms of agriculture, and that increased production and yield has also has contributed for the growth of capable demography. All the things. And okay, so now I'll talk about experiences of demographic dividend in different countries, first in developing world, and first in developed world, what they are facing at this point, and then in developing world. When we talk about demographic dividend is a future and present for the underdeveloped and developing world, but it has become a past for many developed countries. For example, Japan. Europe is facing a problem of shrinking population. I have included the facts of that in my paper, and I've also used some slides to convey the message. First of all, we have to understand that how demographic dividend occur. While researching for demographic dividend, one thing which is very peculiar is that there is a connection of motility rate and fertility rate to give rise to demographic dividend. So what happens is that when proportion of potential contributors increases, the proportion of dependence on economy, there occurs a demographic dividend, and everything sets right, that is education and health and all those factors, developmental factors. Now how this proportion increases is the interplay of motility rate and fertility rate. By improving your health sector, you are decreasing your motility rate. At the same time, when we all know that infants are the easy target of any disease, any communicable disease. So in uneven distribution of motility rate also gives rise to uneven distribution of motility rate also gives rise to a large number of youth population, because infants are dying of diseases. And second thing is, this is the charts of different countries, how their motility rate is now. And the second thing is fertility rate, declining fertility rate. Now this declining fertility rate occurs first because of declining motility rate, because people believe that if there are lower chances of their child getting a healthy atmosphere so that he or she does not die, then there are possibilities that will produce fewer offsprings. And this is the psychological mindset of everybody. At the same time, when you develop, when you become more career conscious, you try to become more career oriented as leading a responsibility of childcare responsibility, or be it your marital life responsibility, or anything. And this is the problem what Japan is facing right now, that youth are more inclined toward the development of their career, their increasing opportunities, and not in family responsibility. That is also a factor of declining fertility rate. So when this is the fertility rate currently, we have compared the data from 1970 and now 2014. I'll just say that declining motility rate followed by declining fertility rate after some time gives rise to a proportion of population which is youth enough, which could come into the working zone, which if provided with the necessary equipments, that is a particular setup plays an important role. If you are in an urban industrialized setup, In that situation, you'll tend to look for long-term investment where you'll invest in your education, higher education. While if you are in agrarian economy or a rural setup, you'll just think जितने हाथ उतने काम वाला principle लगता है कि आप you'll just invest in small principles कि दिहाड़ी कर लेगा तो थोड़े पैसे आज के लिए आ जाएंगे, कल थोड़े से कोई कहीं और काम कर लेगा. They don't think about long-term investments, long-term skill enhancement investments. So that's also a point that contributes for the growth of demography and consequently to demographic dividend. So these are the two important factors: fertility rate, motility rate, and then the brought up atmosphere. So this is the demographic cycle. So this demographic dividend is a complete cycle, and every country receives it. Every country, whether you utilize or not, that depends on the country. But first, that I gave you some like fertility rate, motility rate, and then in the third stage, when youth becomes adult, they contribute to the economy. And in the fourth stage, when it comes, the demographic dividend occurs if all the things are settled right. And then the fifth stage, when the youth becomes completely inclined to career, there's a decline in fertility rate that again turns your demographic dividend into a demographic burden. So this is a whole cycle that continues. So this is what demographic dividend demands. First is labor supply, because if you have labor supply in the sense in two factors, first is skilled labor. At the same time, if you'll educate your women, adding of women workforce in the economy, that also boosts the progress. And the second is savings. For example, if you have more savings, then you tend to invest more. Then you tend to build capital. As Herod Dorman Model says, that investments are completely proportional to your development, and savings is for that. So that's what savings and labor supply is important for demographic dividend. Then the human capital, we all know, and human capital could be best understood from developmental economist Amartya Sen himself, that who talked about capability approach, where capability is developed with functioning, and this functioning combines all the stages of development, your quality of life, your thinking, your dignity, as Article 21 gives us, the right to life and dignity. So that all together contributes towards a healthy and thinking and rational demography. That ultimately is what demographic dividend is. Impact of demographic dividend is seen in everywhere. The most subtle impact of demographic dividend is in the cultural terms, where cultures are more developed and they are swayed by effects of Westernism, Western culture. But that is very lower instance, because if we'll see the elites of China and Japan, they are still very true to their culture as compared to the waves of modernization or westernization. So that's what a side of demographic dividend. Now, ultimately, the case studies that I put up in my presentation. First, I'll start with India. That we all know that UN reports has said that we are the world's most populous country. Now, these are the graphs are showing the projected population in 2030. So in all the respects, we can see median age is quite low, and our labor supply is high, while that is deficit in China and USA if we have a comparable approach. And India's working age population, so see the large number of population is covered from 25 to 64. As you can see the light blue mark, large number of population is covered, and that's why this opportunity has been provided by our demography due to the set factors which we have to utilize. But there are challenges too. For example, I've given an example. There's an adolescent girl. There are a way which leads to demographic dividend, which is schooling, employment, security of place. But at the same time, if you see, there are missed demographic dividend if it is not provided with right opportunity. That's how the synopsis of all those things. We have challenges too. Our Human Development Index was 132 in 2022. That's a problem. Then we also have varying fertility rates. We have north-south divide in our country, where south is developed ahead of us, but still it lacks out of the budget and budget deficiencies. So we have to take care of the inadequacies and inequity existing between different states of our country. Finally, we have China. See, Western media claims that China is suffering from demographic crisis, but that is mere exaggeration of fact, I'll tell, because China is ahead of us in several things, be it technological advancement and be it their human resource capital development. China will face a demographic crisis because it had to this was evident because it had to abruptly stop its one-child policy in 2016, which was started in 1980 by then Xiaoping's era. It was because that they could identify, they could sense that yes, their fertility rate and there is a decline in their population strength, which will adversely affect if compared with India, because India for few decades, I will say, is on a positive side of population bloom. So So this is China's declining fertility rate after the one-child policy enactment. Finally, I'll conclude with the example of Japan, which is a very developed country. In fact, David Bloom, who introduced the concept of demographic dividend, he attributed the idea of demographic dividend in the development of China, that East Asian country developed because of this concept. But China is facing a demographic crisis, and it is for serious. The median age has become 49 years in China, and which is not governments. I have tried several views. I have included that in my research paper. I just refer to graphs because of the time constraint. And finally, Europe. Europe has two problems from demographic dividend. First is that Europe has opened its door for immigration, for migration. It gives rise to two problems of different times. First is the responsibility of refugees. Who is going to take the responsibility? If they are proving as an asset, okay, that you refer that we invested in particular refugee group. But if they are not proven, for example, a few days back there was an incident in Mediterranean coast, a ship drifted which was carrying 400 people from Greek and Cyprus and all those areas. They were migrating basically to Europe, and European officials, there was a tussle between European officials and that particular country. There were several groups of country that why are you not taking responsibility of your people, and they said that we cannot, we don't have resources. So that is one bone of contention. And the other is recent French crisis, where in France we saw the episodes of Reutz, which has divided France into two camps. One camp is dealing with you are oppressing minority, and the other camp is that you minorities are destroying our culture, because in 2020 in 2020 a church was burned by a Rwanda immigrant. So that's also a problem for Europe. And this is for Africa. Africa is also suffering from several problems like poverty or the Sudan crisis, political instabilities. But there are chances for Africa also to yield a demographic dividend, because it has a potential youth population for it. Thank you. I'll just conclude with this, that demographic dividend is a two-way process where it yields development, but it needs some base of the developmental base where it can progress. Thank you so much.
Did you try to analyze the fact that you're talking about, declining fertility rate, especially in the context of India? Now, the more educated people, they are going in only for one, and there are some who even would forego having a child. But then the lower labor class and all, there's no impact, in the sense they continue having as many kids as they want. So what will happen in future? Did you try to analyze that the more educated, the number of more educated or whatever you can, classify them as, will decrease, and the less educated, the illiterate labor class population, I'm not passing any judgment, but don't you think that this is the point you need to analyze?
Yeah, and ma'am, what you highlighted has become a major tussle between the upper class, we can say the posh section of our society, and the lower class. This is a problem. This is a problem because of the mindset and the setup in which they have been provided. Because first of all, the higher section, the richer class, do not prefer to have more kids, because they know that they first of all they don't have time. And second thing is that they know that they'll have less, but they believe in quality, not quantity. So the quality aspect is there. But the same problem is being observed in the lower section, is because they don't have opportunities. For example, if I am there, if my parents are investing in education, this is because they believe that they should do so, because they have the resources. They are being capable that yes, she can do. But at the same time, when we see that a girl who is just a wage laborer, or she's simply marrying at a very tender age, this is just because she has been considered as a burden because of their mindset, which somehow is connected with economy. So that's what I said, that demographic dividend is a two-way process. If you want development from it, if you want it to yield development and to have economic growth as an upshot, you have to first invest in it. So by increasing level of awareness, and it includes everything: sex education, health education, reproductive health. It includes every kind of education that you are, and you also have to talk, you have to have the essence of talking to them, that what is going in their mindset. If they are believing in bearing more child, what is in their mindset, what they are believing in. If they could be explained that ultimately at the end they'll be a burden, they'll not be an asset if you are not educating everybody. So yes. Yes, ma'am. When I was, analyzing the fertility rate and motility rate, I checked with that, and I have also mentioned it in the. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for being patient listeners, and thank you for providing me this opportunity.
I would request the speakers to please note for the time. I would be giving cues time and again.
One
Yeah.
suggestion. If the speakers can finish their entire discussion in 7 minutes, then their question answer can have some time. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. No plus one, but sometimes
So-
this goes to 12, and then the question answer session suffers. So if there can be something, some
So
warning
maybe
can be
I can
given.
give one hint at 7 minutes so that they can start concluding at
Yes,
7
yes,
minutes.
yes.
Okay.
I think the aim should be just to highlight the focus of the paper and the main findings.
Right. So I request the participants only to focus on the highlights of the paper, because we have provided all the judges with your abstracts. So there is no marking as such for your research paper, but the abstract. Um, Judges, please note, Dr. Mrityunjay Kumar Singh is not presenting today. Our next presenter for today is Vaishnavi Tiwari and Aditi Tiwari. They would be presenting on India's changing labor force, patterns in formal and informal sectors.
Am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Vaishnavi Tiwari from Christ University, and Aditi is still pursuing her BLLB. She's in her last semester. So the title of our paper is Adapting to the Shifting Tides, Analyzing the Dynamic of India's Evolving Labor Force Across Formal and Informal Sectors. So, India's labor force dynamics have been a complex combination of economic pressures, demographic transitions, and institutional frameworks. As one of the world's fastest growing economies, India has undergone a dramatic upheaval in its labor market over the years. The country possesses a big labor population, primarily consisting of youthful citizens, delivering a demographic dividend with tremendous potential for economic growth. However, this demographic advantage is accompanied with obstacles relating to skilling and employability, leading to concerns of underemployment and disguised unemployment, especially in the informal economy. Addressing India's labor force difficulties requires a holistic approach encompassing legislative interventions, education, and skill development program, along with the social protection. Next are the dimensions of the informal and formal sector. The formal sector, comparable to an institutional fortress, embodies structured economic activity nestled inside the embrace of regulatory frameworks and governance. Delineated by registered firms, formal payrolls, and respect to labor roles, this sector emits a feeling of stability and transparency. It acts as a critical gear in the nation's economic engine, adding substantively to the GDP. As per the latest economic survey, that's according to 21.08%. Populated by micro-enterprises, craftspeople, and self-employed entrepreneurs, unorganized sector exhibits adaptation and resilience in the face of adversities. It plays a key role in encouraging inclusion by offering livelihoods to underprivileged elements of society, reducing unemployment concerns, and integrating regional skills into the economic prosperity, contributing an estimated to 15 to 20% to the GDP of the country. Next up are the influential factors of the informal sector specifically. As India's economy advances, the structure of industry alters, consequently shifting the need for labor. The move from rural economies to industrial and service-oriented spheres modifies employment patterns, needing a workforce capable of satisfying growing needs. Second, culture and societal conventions looms as important specters, throwing their lengthy shadows on work decisions. Patriarchal institutions, caste hierarchies, and gender-based discrimination may prohibit certain groups from obtaining specific types of jobs or maintain occupational segregation. Next up is the ripple on the Indian canvas, or the effect on the Indian economy, majorly by the informal sector. The Indian workforce has remarkably become more educated in the last 20 years, which is why unemployment is a huge issue today. A better educated workforce is in search of better work opportunities. A huge chunk of people in India cannot afford to be unemployed and resort to working in the informal sector. Most people who are unemployed in India are under the age of 30, out of whom huge chunk are huge number of women. The country has achieved much since independence, but a lot remains to be done to become a civilized society. The pandemic has exposed India's deficiencies in stark terms. The uncivilized condition of living of a vast majority of the citizens has become apparent. According to a report from Azim Premji University, 90% of the workers said during the lockdown that they did not have enough savings to buy 1 week of essentials. This adds together to the collective plight of the unorganized sector. Next up, we'll be focusing on the structural changes in both of the sectors. India's employment data is suspicious. The reason is in the absence of unemployment allowance, people who lose work have to do some alternative work, otherwise they would starve. They drive a rickshaw or push a cart. This gets counted as employment even though they only have a few hours of work and are underemployed. So, India is characterized by disguised unemployment or underemployment. Recent data points to growing unemployment among the educated youth. They work for suitable hours. The result is low labor force participation rate in India in the mid-40s specifically, compared to similar other countries, which is 60% plus. No wonder for a few hundred of low-grade government jobs, millions of youth apply. The gender dimension of unemployment and the low LFPR is worrying the women the worst sufferers. These aspects of inadequate employment generation are linked to automation and the investment pattern in the economy. Further, the organized sector get most of the investment, so that little is left for the unorganized sector. This is especially true for agriculture. Thus, neither the organized sector nor the agriculture generating more work. Now, no one disagrees that poverty, illiteracy, and ill health need to be eliminated. But in addition to the problems due to black economy and top-down approach, India has lagged behind in generating socially relevant knowledge to tackle its problem and make society dynamic. India's weakness in knowledge generation is linked to the low priority given to education and R&D. In fact, India's spending on research and development is among the lowest in the world, as per a study conducted by Niti Aayog in 2021, with an average of 0.7%, meanwhile the world average is around 1.8%. Instructions and institutions of learning are based substantially on rote learning, which does not enable absorption of knowledge and its further development.
The hidden faces of resilience unveiling vulnerable groups in India's informal sector through creation of robust protection and incorporation of informal employees in formal social security systems, building links between informal workers and government sponsors assistance, investing in human capital, etc., to establish a society where perseverance comes overcoming hardships. Gender gaps vividly appear woven in complicated fabric of economic environment in both these sectors. The battle against it is related to economic success and social well-being. In broad tapestry of economic ecosystems, the gap between formal and informal sector throws shadow on social perspectives, social inclusion and economic growth should reconcile to begin the transformative journey. Hereby, we have illustrated case studies to elaborate about the synergy of formal and informal sector that could help to solve the problems the Indian economy is currently dealing with. In Mumbai Dabba system, we can see an exemplar synergy of formal and informal sector. Dimensions of formal sector could be seen in the regulation and the working, and informal sector benefits could be seen in the adaptability with the work environment. Similarly, when we see the Lijjat Papad, founded in 1959, a group of 7 entrepreneurial women from Mumbai as a cooperative society, resembling the formal aspects in its way of working and the legal status it's got, and the informal sectors in the provisions of work and flexibility provided. It stands as a great moral example in empowering the women. Amrit Kaal budgetary policy masturbates and orchestrates a symphony of smart taxes and public expenditure to strike a balance between budgetary sustainability and economic progress. Amrit Kaal budget is based on Saptarishi priorities. To sum up, I would like to suggest a few policy measures like new labor reforms to introduce flexible labor rules, introduction of affirmative action policies for gender-sensitive labor reforms, strengthening of labor market information system, establishment of comprehensive skill development ecosystem to bridge the gap between education and employment. The initiative of ILO is the way out. Informality project seeks to facilitate policy dialogue through research. To sum up, I would like to say formalization employment in domestic work project uses initiatives that are designed progressively to bring domestic workers within labor and employment regulated systems of law. Unlocking full potential of India's shifting labor force demands comprehensive and transformational approach. Thank you so much.
First, I would like you to define what do you mean by formal sector and informal sector? One. Second, you have made a statement in your abstract. However, working in the informal sector has always been a crime of the workers, which results in decrease in work efficiency and contribution to production and income. Explain it.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we go by the book, then the formal sector comprises of any institution which is having more than 10 workers employed, and they follow all the norms of regulation, labor laws and codes to manage their workforce. However, in the informal sector, which I would rather name it as an unorganized sector, we have less number of workers who are working in a pattern and norm set up by the employer itself and not as per the beneficiary schemes and labor codes set up by the government. Secondly, which you asked me about the statement we have noted in our abstract, for any country today, be it we are a welfare state as per the directive principles of state policy, and we need to respect our human capital first. But when it comes to the unorganized sectors, we have seen great exploitation of workers in the respects of maternity benefits, wage benefits, which not only impacts their dignity of life, their standard of living, but also questions to our morals as a nation.
You tell me how much proportion of total labor force in India is engaged in the formal sector, and how much of it is engaged in the informal sector? One. Two, is it a matter of choice whether you are in the formal sector or in the informal sector? To say that it is a crime to be in an informal sector as if the worker is a culprit.
Sir, no, it's obviously not by choice. It is the way consumption capacity is reducing. We have more of recession and stagflation in the economy. People are bound to shift to whatever sector they get for work. But talking about the data, we have in our paper we have presented the economic survey and the Niti Aayog data available. However, also referring 90%. 90% of the population is in the informal sector. We have presented in the paper, sir. Sir, as per the survey, 90% of the working population works in the informal sector. Sir, but
is it a crime?
That's what I was about to say.
If it is not a matter of choice,
sir, actually, yes, sir.
It is not
Yeah.
90 in any case, but
Yeah.
If it is more than
Sir, I beg pardon for the stringent words used, but it was actually the metamorphical choice to explain the kind of situation informal sector is facing. Because when you don't have the basic dignity of life, it feels as in the very sense of a human to push someone towards.
Anyway, when 90%
Yeah.
are there in this sector,
Yeah.
to talk in terms of dignity of labor and all this is all nonsense, because it is not a matter of choice.
Yeah.
See, secondly, when we do research, then we should be conceptually very clear what we are talking about. What is the informal sector? What is formal sector? What is organized sector? What is unorganized sector? And how they are related to each other, and how they are impacted by demographic, so-called demographic profile, which leads to dividend, provided we have major part of the labor force happens to be in young age, youth
Yes,
age.
sir.
That gives you some sort of advantage, not necessarily a advantage. That is to be transformed into advantage because it has a potential for that.
Yes.
If, say, in Italy today, most of the population happens to be in the old age, naturally, they are at a disadvantage demographically.
Sure.
We are at an advantage demographically. So what I'm saying is that you should use the precise definitions as they are used in the literature, in economics, let me say.
Yes, sir.
My fear is that very few of you have had the opportunity of taking the definitions precisely because they have legal implications also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question. So in a country like India where there are 140 crore people, how do you, as a researcher, what is your opinion about reduce informal sector? How do you do that?
Sir, as sir quoted also, we cannot stop the informal sector from growing. It is expanding and it will expand. We could better expect the synergy of a formal and informal sector so that we can extend the benefits at least to the informal sector as well.
So extending the benefit to the informal sector, how will you do that again?
Sir, by working for, like we have suggested a way to reform, to make the labor code more gender sensitive. Then because women in the informal sector are mostly deprived of the various benefits. Secondly, we can promote skill development and innovation hubs. And we can also go for improvement of entrepreneurial skills, so that we can have more of new startups which and young ideas and fresh ideas which go for the regulation and come up with a more systematic form of working. Because if we see closely towards the exploitation largely happening, then it is done by mostly the prudent entrepreneurial sectors existing in the informal aspect. So anything else?
To do a small field study.
Yes, ma'am. We have done a field study. Basically our methodology was thematic analysis, and we have came up with a few case studies also as a paper presented. And it was mostly we interacted with the workers of Lijjat Papad and the Mumbai Dabba system. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
See, this organized sector and unorganized sector
Yes,
are
ma'am.
different definitions.
Yes, sir.
You yourself have said that if a company has 10 workers with mechanization
Mhm.
and 20 without mechanization,
Yes, sir.
they constitute
Mhm.
informal sector.
Yes, sir.
Now you just change the definition. All will fall in this or that. So question is, they are not binaries.
Yes, sir.
They are not in vital-type compartments in
Hmm.
economic sense.
Yes,
It's
sir.
only legal sense that we have used.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter for national and international experiences. I would also try to request the judges to keep the questioning for 1 minute so that we can finish it in time.
Presentation also, I think, should highlight the major issues.
Yes, the presentations we are expecting all the presenters to highlight the whatever they have put in the research paper. So we have not given the judges your research papers because we are expecting that in your presentation.
Good afternoon to all. Today I, Avantika Rawat, presenting my paper on the topic Demographic Dividend National and International Experiences. In brief introduction, I would like to tell that I done my graduation in Pol Science Honours from Delhi University itself. So the objective of my paper is to understand the concept of demographic dividend, analyze the potential benefits and challenges in harnessing the demographic dividend, analyze successful case studies of various countries, and analyze the Indian case including Malthusian versus Bazareb debate, and at last recommendations to policymakers. According to United Nations Population Fund report, demographic dividend is the economic growth that results from the shift in population age structure. And this population growth is dependent on multiple factors like change in birth rates and death rates, migration patterns, and this further depends on various key components like level of education, the condition of healthcare services, and the labor market condition, as it depicted in the figure itself by two different virtuous cycles like increase in female literacy and improve in governance will ultimately result in demographic dividend. So here the question arises is what is the need for such an extensive study on this topic, as it opens an opportunity for any country for 30 to 40 years by creating multiple virtuous cycles like high working age population leads to rise in productivity, rise in demand, which leads to more investment crowding in the private sector, which ultimately results in economic growth of any country. Another cycle is high working age population leads to high support ratio due to low dependence of elderly population, more tax collection to the government, which ultimately leads to low fiscal deficit for country, low revenue deficit for the government, and which ultimately leads to more investment and more saving in the economy. So, in Indian case, as we all heard it, according to World Population Prospectus report, India has surpassed China in terms of population, and according to Youth Report 2022, India is facing a demographic bulge, which means India consists of 68% of working age population and only 7% of elderly population. Now, this calls for a demographic dividend in India. But before proceeding forward, I would like to state some reasons for large population base, as it depicts in graph itself that India has a large population momentum in 2021 and also in 2031. So reason for large population base is declining death rate. As we can see that the death rate declined from 43 per thousand in 1901 to 8.5 in 2001. The second reason could be awareness regarding cleanliness, hygiene through the various programs like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan by Government of India, control of epidemics. The third reason can be early marriages and the role of women as child bearers, which indirectly forces women to having a large fertility rate in India. So, but there are certain prevailing issues in the Indian economy which act as a hurdle for leveraging demographic dividend. The first can be the growing divergence between the poverty and hunger relations. As according to multi-dimensional poverty report, the incidence of poverty in India fell from 55% in 2005 and 6 to 16.4% in 2001. But on the other hand, the global hunger rank of India is at 107 out of 121 country and places India under the serious category. The second issue is jobless growth due to missing middle and premature deindustrialization. Here, the missing middle means many industrial firms in India want to stay in micro sector only. The third issue is prevailing gender bias in the form of sun preferences, sun matter preferences, and the notion of sticky floors, glass ceiling for the women. The other issues like learning gap among population, rising populism in the form of freebies to the youth, which create a non-working culture, and also informal economy and lack of alternative and opportunities in agriculture, which lead to low rural wages, which ultimately result in food budget skew in rural population. So, here the question emerges whether the growing population is the cause of poverty or poverty is the main cause of rising population in India. I think, in my opinion, this theory can be well understood with the Malthusian versus Bosarab population theory. As Thomas Malthus is an economist, is a English economist, and according to him, the overpopulation should be checked by the vast famines, and this overpopulation also leads to unsustainable and unfriendly development in any country. Whereas, according to Bosarab, the overpopulation, growth of population leads to development in different sectors like in agriculture. The difference in their ideologies, I think, can be depicted through their respective graphs. Whereas Malthus said that due to scarcity of resources and rise in population, there is a point of crisis in the society where everyone want more resources, more facilities. Whereas according to Bosarab, the population rise drives more crop production. So, in the end, to leverage the demographic in India, we can take an example of Singapore, which heavily invests on tertiary education and promotion of schemes on the line of silver support scheme to elderly population instead of relying heavily on the taxes from their citizen itself. The other steps can be legally compulsory gender budgeting and increasing child care benefits like the institution of crèches nearby the working place, so to free the women from motherhood penalty. And boosting tax incentives, etc., as done by the South Korea. The other steps involves capability approach as asserted by the Amartya Sen, which calls for massive primary investment in primary education and healthcare sector. The other option can be diversify public services which intend to promote women activities to ensure power to, power with, and power within among women, as self-help groups, according to me, is the best way to leverage demographic dividend from women and to ensure their more participation in the economy from present around 23 to 24% rate. At last, we need to understand the changing labor force participation like gig economy, moonlighting through effective governance. In the nutshell, as we want to leverage demographic dividend and want to become developed in upcoming 25 years, we need to have availability, accessibility, and affordability of basic necessities like education, electricity, healthcare services, and this can be given through the idea of productivism as devised by Professor Roderick, which calls for the economy that is rooted in the production and dissemination of productive opportunities in every segment and every labor class, and thereby ensure a shared well-being of every citizen. Thank you. So the idea of productivism is introduced by Professor Denick Roderick, which calls for an economy where there is production. So the labor-intensive class of an Indian society is involved in production, and also giving an equal opportunities to every society, including semi-skilled and more skilled peoples.
So how it can be important for the labor sector in our country?
Sir, idea of productivism. Sir, for labor sector, like we can put efforts in labor sector industries like apparels, more promotion to the labor sector industries like construction, where there can be involvement of semi-skilled.
Agricultural sector?
सर नो अकॉर्डिंग टू मी वी नीड टू मतलब हमें ज़रूरत है कि हम एग्रीकल्चर से हमारी मतलब जो पॉपुलेशन है उसे बाहर निकाल के एक प्रोडक्टिव लेबर में लेके आएँ विच कैन बी थ्रू द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ these labor intensive industries like leathers, apparels, and construction industries.
रोटी नहीं चाहिए पहले तो agriculture you see.
No sir, actually according to various reports, India the total food production of India is around 315 trillion. So sir, because in agriculture there is a issue of stagnation. There is disguised unemployment in the agriculture sector. So there is I think there is overpopulation in the agriculture sector. So we need to extract that particular demographic dividend from the agriculture sector and put in other sectors.
Is there any choice?
Yes sir. According to me, I think when government of India try to promote more efforts on try to promote more labor intensive industries like through various schemes, through upskilling of the labor, we can take dividend from them as well.
You raise a very important point, but you didn't elaborate on it. That is regarding the freebies.
Yes, ma'am.
Freebies are impacting on the labor force because, according to my whatever information I've gathered, people are finding it very difficult to get labor in Uttar Pradesh, especially because you're getting free food, free this, free that. Not only you people, Karnataka, the other day there was a
yes, ma'am.
There's no need for a family to work if you get this much of unemployment benefit, and so I wish you could have gone a little deeper
freebies matter.
How it impacts the, the economy and the attitude of the labor force and that kind of thing.
According to me, freebies is more aligned to the leveraging a political notion because it's basically a subsidy which is not productive. Like it's creating a non-working culture among the labor.
But how is it impacting on the workforce?
Ma'am, according to me, because people work hard, earn money, so they can have their proper livelihood. They can send their children to the school to have good healthcare services, to have to buy some goods as well, like some minimal goods like television, refrigerator, etc. But if they are getting in free, so their efforts for skill, efforts and skills for getting more skills, searching for jobs will lower down. Thank you.
Thank you, Avantika. Now we have Dr. Debahuti Brahmachari and Garima Sangwan. Their presentation would be on India's changing labor force patterns in informal and formal sectors.
A very good afternoon to our respected panelists. I am Dr. Debahuti Brahmachari, teaching in Delhi University, and I've done my PhD from JNU.
I'm Garima Sangwan. I'm a PhD candidate at the State University of New York, Buffalo.
New York, Buffalo.
So our topic for the day is the paradox of emerging economy, understanding the political economy of informal sector in India. The argument is specific but important. The main objective of the presentation is to understand the political economy of informal sector in India and analyzing various issues and challenges faced by it. Here the paper is divided into three main segments. The first segment attempts to understand why India has such a big informal economy through the spectacle of political arms and organs of the state. The second part discusses the issues and challenges of informal economy in India. And the last segment analyzes the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on informal sector in Indian economy. Now, the paradox of Indian economy could be understood by analyzing how a huge section, which IMF says as 92.4% of the total workforce in India, is informal, insecure, unprotected, disadvantaged, and the most vulnerable. The informal economy, which provides support to more than half of India's workforce, witnesses serious structural complications. And this paradox emerges right here from the two strange and uneasy situations. One, it contributes so much, and the other, the challenges are persistent. I mean, we've been seeing this for the last 75 years or maybe before that, and I don't know till when it will continue to happen. So now, who is an informal worker? An informal worker usually does not have a written contract and the other provisions such as paid leaves, health benefits, and social security. Any kind of, next slide. Now coming to why India has such a big informal economy. So any kind of informal economy, why does it exist? It basically exists by avoiding the state. Mostly because of the difficulty to deal with it. We have to understand this, that yes, there are people living in the country, in total love of it, but they are avoiding state as such. So avoiding the tax structures, dodging the legalities and formal procedures. Now what's the colonial element in it is something that we can go over. So I have an instance to to offer, which can make this simpler for you. That, for example, now we are all tech, we are tech enabled. The IT enabled English only system, such as GST, is an example of it. We should, I mean, all of us are aware that GST operates only in English. It does not have a Hindi arm to it. I mean, the reports and everything is being put up in Hindi as well, but I have friends who are working in GST departments, and they have, I mean, they themselves are struggling with the sites and how the formal and legal structures work in the area. So without catering to the structural problem in a systematic manner, this top-down approach of merely bringing workers into the informal, from informal into the formal sector might not fix the problem holistically. Government is trying very hard. It is coming up with a lot of solutions. E-Shram portal they have come up with, but they are definitely catering to the enforcement part of it. Like there are enforcement issues with it. But yes, we have to understand that to understand it in a holistic manner, we have to cater to the fact that why people are dodging the state. I mean, what are the legal, formal complications? So there exist difficulties in dealing with the arms of the state, judiciary, courts, police, bureaucracy, etc. As an ordinary person, like as an educated person as well, but definitely for the workers. So on the same line, the second point is globalization and neoliberal policies also have an impact over it. For instance, the availability of cheap labor in emerging economies is exploited by MNCs with global stature like Apple and Adidas, etc. And these companies have a selective approach, selective attitude towards the labor here and the workers in the developed economies. So, I mean, we're still here, we still have to take down this approach and see through it that these are the problems that, yes, we've often heard about, but now before, following the changing patterns in this, before catering to the IT sector, before catering to what all we can incorporate, we should definitely cater to what are the structural problems that have persisted for so long and will continue to exist. So I'll request Deva Huti Brahmachari to kindly go forward.
So I'll focus on the major issues and challenges. 90% of the workforce is in the informal sector in India. As Sir pointed out, this is a compulsion, it is not a choice, rightly said, the first point. Inadequate employment opportunities pushes majority to find work in the informal sector. People are compelled to work in the informal sector due to lack of rigidities. The formalities of rules and regulations in the formal structure actually act as a major deterrent. Third, a very major important issue is child forced labor. Large-scale child labor which is forced is witnessed in terms of scavengers, day laborers, house help, etc. Often the work which is covered here is under hazardous exploitative conditions. Large number of domestic work is characterized by girls only. Children do not have much of a choice when they are pushed into such economies. Low paid, undervalued structure, irregular income, lack of standardized wages, vulnerable conditions of work further act as barriers. Despite a high GDP growth, India's poorest workers are stuck with inferior pay and vulnerable conditions. Gender, the gender dimension, very important. In India, this grey economy is characterized by 70% women who are working in the informal sector. Despite large number of gender bias, low quality jobs, large-scale discrimination, job insecurity, lower salaries, poor work conditions, women are still looking for job opportunities within this informal sector. The absence of bargaining power, absence of rights, low social status further worsen a women's situation. Next, the issue of wage security, job security, and social security. The common concerns all across the informal sector can be summed up as lack of wage security, a very low pay, absence of job satisfaction, and most important, the lack of any safety net or social security. A very important divide that we need to look into is the rural versus the urban divide. 62% informal workers are in the agricultural sector in India, but despite that, The challenges faced by the urban informal economy is high in terms of lack of access to basic facilities like water, healthcare, sanitation, etc. They are pushed into deeper dungeons of poverty and vulnerability. The last section of this presentation, we would like to look into the impact of COVID-19 in this informal economy. The most important point, migration, all our news channels were heading these headlines of large-scale migration. The pandemic was characterized by large-scale migration due to complete isolation, adding to loss of jobs, especially in the informal sector. Second, unemployment and underemployment. Lockdown restrictions resulted in large-scale unemployment. There was an increase of 24.7 million unemployed workers as stated by ILO. Unemployment, extreme poverty, food insecurity, all of these reasons made the conditions of the worker extremely deplorable. The absence of dependable future savings is another important point that can be added to this. In India, currently 53% people are unemployed in the rural informal economy and 36% in urban economy post the pandemic. The risk and vulnerability due to the pandemic, without taking preventive measures, informal workers continue to work, exposing themselves and their dear ones to the health risk. Lastly, the rise of the health burden. By the second wave, the Indian health structure and its facilities had crumbled. Laborers were unable to seek proper health care in the case of crisis. Absence of legal recognition and social protection increased this burden. The frailty of informal sector and its labor force has been clearly exposed by one of the biggest human tragedies, that is COVID-19. Our last slide, the way to look forward, we would suggest simple regulatory framework. The transition of the informal sector to the formal sector can only occur when the informal sector is given relief from the burden of regulatory compliance. Also, it should give enough time to adjust with modern, digitized formal system. Secondly, financial support for formalization. Giving financial support to help small-scale industries stand on their own is a very, very crucial step in bringing them to organized sector. Recent examples, the Mudra loans and Startup India are helping the youth to carve a niche in the unorganized sector. Thank you so much.
Garima, you have said that informal sector exists because they want to circumvent the legal framework and avoid taxes.
So this is an added, sorry, please complete the question.
This type of conception is from excise officers,
No.
not a definition of the organized sector.
No, so this is not only, I'm not trying to narrow it down to that, but what I'm trying to say is, the larger part is that, yes, there are times when the informal sector, they exist that they want to avoid, not that they want to avoid, but this is not a like they have no choice. Because the state has its own rigidities. Like they have to, there is a sense of benevolence that is sometimes missing on the part of the state as well. By no choice, like state, I'm just trying to say that we've carried forward the aspect of colonial state till date, and in one way or the other, this happens that because it takes, for example, if I'm somebody, or if there's a person who's selling juice at a ready, right? So he wants to, it is really very difficult, even if the person wants to get enrolled in GSTIN, even if the person wants to formalize his own thela, but it is very difficult for him to crack through. It is very difficult for him to to get it done within days.
Sure.
I mean, this is my point.
One little thing. How do you place contractual labor in the organized sector? Are they informal or not? Contractual labor in the organized sector.
In the organized, they are informal. They have they come under informal because the idea of informality comes out like till which extent they are accessing the benefits that the people from formal sector get. Yeah, for example, the ad hocs. in the Delhi University. I'm just giving an example. They have good salary scheme, everything is nice, they're going 9 by 6 and they're coming back, everything is done, paperwork is done, they are enrolled, government servants. But then, what are the benefits? Like, they are not getting paid leaves, they cannot go on sabbaticals, they cannot carry their education forward after being, they're overloaded with work. So this is an example of that. Like, they come under informal sector only because, and not only because, but yes, they don't access the benefits, a lot of benefits.
The whole concept of efficiency and this thing, they say the minute you make them permanent, this is the current thinking of governments all over the world, that take people on contract, not on permanent basis, because the minute they become permanent, they become laxative. Their this thing efficiency.
No, ma'am. Then I think this is the conception which they have. Their conceptions are not true. Like, we've had a lot of experiments in public administration. Also, we've had a lot of experiments whereby we know that if we give special leaves to the workers, if we pay attention to their needs, if we open baby cares, homes for the, for the people, for the women who are coming and working, there is an increase in their efficiency. So.
Arguing in favor of contract employment. Their current thinking, even leading institutions like IIT and all, they're taking, contract.
This is, yeah, so that is why, yeah.
Because they say the minute you make them permanent, I've argued with our EC members also, they said, काम नहीं कराना है, तो फिर
Exactly.
मतलब एक basically गले में रस्सी बांध के रखो through that contract so that you can just make them dance.
Ma'am, I just want to.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So for this particular reason, like I touched upon the globalization and neoliberal policies. This is what we have inherited from, like, that cheap labor is being exploited in a certain way. Like, they do not have. This is a selective attitude of their own thinking right here.
not only the cheap labor, even educated people
Yeah.
are now being taken on contract, not on permanent.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I have one question. That then is it a two-way communication that none of the sectors want that there should be any change, status quo should remain like that?
No, sir, not at all.
Then
Not at all.
solution out of this?
So the solution is that, first of all, the major part of the solution is we have to look at the problem in a holistic manner. We are avoiding a large chunk of the problem. So we are working on the enforcement part of the solution. But there has to be a conceptual clarity on the larger part, that why are people avoiding the state? They are not avoiding that because they don't want to pay taxes. They are paying more taxes in the manner of informal, indirect taxes or this thing. Indirect taxes, वो उससे भी ज़्यादा बड़ा burden है. Biscuits पे भी दे रहे हैं, चाय की पत्ती पे भी दे रहे हैं. But the point is, it has to be a two-way communication. It has to be easier for the informal sector as well to get along with the state, to get along with the formal sectors. It is, currently we are saying that it is difficult for them. It is inhuman for them to, to say, like, they don't want to come here, they don't want to join the workforce. They are not dodging because they like to dodge. They are dodging because they are not in the condition, it is a compulsion on them. They are not able to do this because of lack of education. Maybe a lot of problems. Formal legal procedures in itself is a huge problem. So that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Now we have two online presentations. First one is by Namrata Jadhav. She would be presenting on India's changing labor force, patterns in formal and informal sectors. I would request Ms. Namrata Jadhav to kindly present her topic in 9 minutes. And judges can limit their question to 1 minute maybe, so that we can finish all the presentation. Maybe alternately one judge can ask the question. Namrata, you may start. No, just a second, wait.
It appears that we are very strict judges. We are all asking questions.
Yeah, so we have to start, we should have started the track 2, but it's okay.
We spend more time in formalities than the actual work.
Yeah. In the next tract, first presentation is not there and the third presentation is not there. So basically in the second track we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presentations. In track 1, number 3 did not make. No, 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 no. He's done. He's deleted. No.
वो तो absent ही था.
Namrata, you may start now.
इतना ही आवाज आएगा.
Can you please? Yeah, you are audible.
माइक कहाँ पे?
कहाँ से है बड़ौदा? नहीं दो है. Not two. हाँ बट यहाँ भी दो है. नाम में भी दो है. नहीं, the second one is the gentleman, Shiv Kumar.
You will have to put on the mic for this.
Test. Test.
Can she hear you?
Can you hear me, Namrata? Yeah, we can hear you.
Not really well audible. Audibility problem is there.
Thank you, Namrata, for your presentation. Now, our next online presenter is Mr. Siva Kumar. He will be joining us online. Mr. Siva Kumar, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, you are. You may start presenting now.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Mr. Sivakumar. Hello? Yes, yes, you are visible, but your slide is. Yeah, your slide is visible. You can go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead.
Just show a thumbs up.
According to government data, only 2.3% of our workforce had received formal skill training, which means that there is a lot of potential to increase this. The question is our institutional capacity ready to handle this? And the lack of entrepreneurship skills. Out of the all trained people, only 24% of them have created their own enterprises. So the awareness level is very low. And then low industry interface, low student enrollment. Low student enrollment is because there is a lack of proper awareness among them. And then being looked on. See, I think is the ones who are into academic stream, they look down basically the people who's belonging to vocational stream. they are looked down as being not good in studies, not good in academics. That the kind of biasness is there in our society. The objective of this paper is to analyze the skill development policies of China with particular reference to their vocational education system and devise a blueprint for harnessing India's demographic dividend. So, brief overview about Chinese education system. There are three levels: primary school and junior secondary and senior secondary. Grade 1 to 6 belongs to primary level, and then once they finish that primary school, they move on to junior secondary, 7 to 9 standard. Till 9 till the class 9, education is compulsory in China. About half of the people who finish the junior secondary move to vocational stream, which is very high in numbers, because in India hardly 2-3% move to vocational stream. In China, almost 50%. Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Yeah. In China, almost half of them move into vocational education and rest into academic stream. So once they finish the junior secondary, they move on to senior secondary. Senior secondary is of two types: senior secondary academics and senior secondary vocational. In senior secondary vocational stream, there is no tuition fees, and then 1,500 yuan renminbi is given as subsidy for the ones who are into this vocational stream. And then degree education and vocational training are given equal importance in China. So there are many uniqueness of the vocational education system in China. I have listed out some points. First point is provincial and local governments play a major role in providing funding and other support services in China. Here we see the skill development. If we take skill development programs, it is mostly about the central government, union government, who provides funding and all. Provincial and local governments hardly have a role in skill development programs in India, implementation of skill development as well as conceptualization of skill development programs in India. And then there, localized demand-driven skill sets are given importance by local governments. If there is a province, there might be a skill in demand in that province. The local government will provide funding to the vocational institutions to actually to give prime importance to the skill which is in demand in that location. So it is based on demand-driven localized solution, and then the NGOs provide funding there, and then the industry linkage is very strong there. And then once the students come out of this vocational education system, there's a central recruitment system to place those graduates, to place the ones who are graduating from various levels of education in the job. And then how do they ensure teaching quality at vocational school? First point is teachers have to compulsorily spend 1 month in the industry every year. Industry experts are roped on a part-time basis to teach. And then that's a strong emphasis on feedback from students, and annual independent review is undertaken to improve the teaching quality. So we, as said earlier, proportion of working age population in India will reach its highest at 65.1% in 2036, and then it will fall to 64.9%, and thereafter dependency population will increase.
Conclude. Your time is.
Yeah. Only 2-3 slides more. Yeah. So there is a very narrow window of opportunity. What are the consequences of increased dependence? First is it requires increased social spending, and the burden on working population will increase because they have to take care of elders, and then they have to support social services. After all, government gets the money to spend on social services by means of taxation. It has to tax on working population, and there's a gender dimension also, because the increased burden of unpaid care work mostly falls on women in the home. So their participation in workforce, which is already low, might even get lower. So way forward, what can be done? Funding has to increase. More resources has to be given to local governments to provide localized demand-driven vocational education, and industry participation should be improved. Awareness campaigns should be organized. Financial support should be given to the students to encourage enrollment. Teacher industry student linkage should be strengthened, and businesses should change their mindset towards vocational education and actively recruit. Conclusion: the concept of skilling the workers is not something new for Bharat. The guild system that was prevalent during the ancient period and karkhanas during the medieval period played a prominent role in skilling the workers. If we plan our education system in a comprehensive manner and provide all the support services, we can make India a talent powerhouse and become the largest contributor to the global workforce in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar.
Any questions?
Just switch on the mic, sir. Just one question, sir. No questions. Thank you.
Hello.
The judges are saying it was a good presentation. They have no questions.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
There is one more track. Presenters now. One is first presenter is absent. Only Nargis is there. Aksha, Deepika, and Shruti. Three presenters are not there in track 2. Yeah, first is absent. Nilesh Chaurasia, the third presenter is absent, and Reema Ramachandran, sixth presenter is also absent. So you only have Nargis Khatun and Hanishri, Aksha Jain, Deepika Nath, and Shruti Bansal. So let's start one. The track 2 comprises of the theme tackling the drawbacks of the gig economy. Our first presenter is Nargis Khatun and Hanishri.
Greetings to everybody presented here. I am Nargis Khatun. I have done my graduation this year, and she is Hanishri. So today we will be presenting on challenges and strategies for building a fair and sustainable gig economy, a comparative analysis. So the objective of this paper is to identify and analyze the challenges associated with the gig economy and propose strategies to mitigate those challenges. And we also aim to conduct a comparative analysis of this gig economy in India and what are the situation in across the globe. So meanwhile, we will also be understanding why the situation is the way it is. So the ultimate goal is to provide valuable recommendation for policymakers and organizations and gig workers to create a more inclusive and balanced gig economy. So if we go by the definition, the gig economy is a labor market that depends on temporary, part-time, freelance work and has grown significantly especially during the pandemic. The gig economy was also in existence before, but it was only during the pandemic that it was rebranded and further the digitalization fostered it. Various examples show how gig economy is important as So, ranging various examples are there that shows how important is gig economy in India, ranging from the drivers of ride-hailing services like Uber, Ola, and individuals responsible for delivering food orders through platforms like Swiggy and Zomato. Moreover, even the content that we enjoy online, that can be a meme, that can be an article, that is also most likely to be written by a freelancer or created by a freelancer. The rise in gig workers is driven by factors like autonomy and the flexibility that they get in the work schedules that allows them to pursue projects that match their skills and interest. This appeals to those seeking work-life balance. Although gig economy has been in existence in developed and developing countries, but after the pandemic, we can see a rise of 56% of new employment in India that the gig economy generated. That gives an insight into the future of it in India, and that is even also connected to its a 5 trillion goal by 2025. The challenges that the challenges that a gig economy has are isolation and lack of cultural solidarity, irregular income, and job instability. As at times when they are signing contracts with the clients, there can be from the client's end there can be payout of we can see as Swiggy at first introduced that they will be paying the Swiggy workers to 35 rupees per order, but later on they reduced it straight to 10 rupees per order. So these are the reasons that lead to the irregular income and even job instability, as after one project they are always on hunt to search for the another project. Challenges with taxes and expenses are another issue that they face. They miss out on the bonuses, healthcare, and pension plans that a full-time worker gets. There are also restrictions of opportunity, as although gig economy and gig workers are being accepted in all of the arenas, but there are companies that want full-time workers only, so who can commit to them for a long tenure, and that restrict the opportunities that gig workers can have. There are constant challenges in finding new projects again, and ultimately the decreased pay and reduced earning are the issues that gig workers often face. According to 2020 reports from the Observer Research Foundation, India is the second largest market of freelance profession in the world after America. Currently, the number of gig workers in India is 15 million, which is estimated to reach 90 millions in the next 8 to 10 years. That mandates the improvements for the circumstances of gig workers. Now we will see the laws that we have for gig workers in India. Indian labor law is a law regulating labors which protects the employees in case of any misconduct or termination. But these laws are limited to permanent labor, and it was in 2020 only when finally Social Security Code was initiated and the talk about gig workers and the platform workers was initiated. So let's just see what are the significant features of the codes. We can expect a national social security board to be formed by the central government, which will recommend central government on forming suitable schemes for unorganized workers, including gig workers and platform workers. These schemes may also cover family members of those workers. Although section of this code also states that the central government may frame and notify. This word is really important here, that the government may frame and notify them from time to time about the schemes that they may have. These schemes can include life and disability covers, accident insurance, health and maternity benefits, old age protection, crèche, and other benefits that will be determined by the government. All now, who can access these benefits? The the gig workers of minimum age 16 years can avail these benefits, and there will be a toll-free helpline number also that will be set up by the government to create awareness and assist gig workers in availing the benefits. Although there are challenges in this code, as well as there has been nothing stated about the income fluctuation that gig workers often face. And moreover, the code is recommendatory, as it states the term may, and not binding in nature, with no timeline proposed. While the initiation of the Social Security Code is a positive step towards recognizing gig workers, it is essential to broaden its scope and to encompass the diverse spectrum of gig workers. The current code mainly focuses on social security benefits, leaving rooms for further regulations and address other critical issues faced by gig workers. Now my partner Hani would like to get ahead with the laws that we have around the world.
Thank you, Nargis. So we have already seen the Indian aspect or the Indian side of the gig economy. Now I would like to introduce some major laws around the world related to the gig economy. As we can say, there are multiple major countries like USA, Canada, Australia, France have already taken the major steps for improving the betterment of gig workers and to take the economy ahead. Like there are multiple federation level legislation for the workers, federal labor standards, and also there are flexible working hours and fixed pay, and they also provide gig workers to take the legal action if there is any discrimination against them. But in India, it's also on the bill. It's not a complete law right now. On the second hand, we can ask that what law a gig worker is required, a gig worker is asking for. Firstly, there is minimum wages. I can say that my research paper and our research paper is not just a paper, it's an experience, as we both are gig workers right now. I'm serving as personally in a graphic field, and my friend, she's also pursuing as a content writing field. So these are the major factors which we are originally facing in our daily lives, that there are always a negotiation between companies and a worker, and there is no any legal document between worker and companies. So there is always a thread-like difference of legalities, and there is a non clarity between the organization and workers. So that's the first requirement which worker asks for. And second, there is no specific workload. Like sometimes it's only a 2 hour, or sometimes it might exceed from the 8 to 9 hours. So there is a proper time or a workload which a gig worker is asking for, and which help the entire world and nation to work forward. And the same as there are multiple steps taken, like firstly, helpline numbers are there, transparent contracts, and not only that, there are regular surveys, independent monetary bodies, benefits and protections, classification of labor rights, and anti-discrimination measures, collective bargaining, education and awareness are somewhere available in international level. So with this, I would like to conclude my paper that again, this is not just a research, it's a live experience for every gig worker to step forward in the gig economy. Thank you. Any questions?
Our next participant is Ms. Aksha Jain. She would be presenting on tackling the drawbacks of gig economy.
pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work, says Aristotle. But when I talk about pleasure, before comes satisfaction. Are you able to give your gig workers the satisfaction that they want from the expectations? Are you able to fulfill the expectations? And that is where the question lies. Greetings to all. I am Aksha Jain. I am currently in the first year of my undergraduation, and I belong to Sri Venkateshwara College. I'm pursuing Pol Science Honours. I find this image quite blurred, but so is our understanding of the gig economy. We are quite superficial and blurred about it. So we need to work upon our concepts and terminologies as we define and understand the gig economy. So contrary to what has been already established about setting up of an informalization of economy with coming up of the gigs, my research aims to contradict that, and it comes with the emergence of a non-formal sector of labor. I have highlighted the non-formal sector of labor rather than informal sector of labor. The second is, this non-formal labor sector contains the feature of both formal and informal sectors. The need to recognize them as separate category and the change in terminology and vocabulary so that thereby we can also provide them the due recognition of there as a separate worker category, as a deemed economic structure. So the scope of study includes understanding the labor patterns which are coming up with the gigs, the categorization and the policy formulation as a separate target, and the research questions that have come along are the future trajectories. Will there be convergence or divergence? That is something that we need to look upon. SDG 8, the Sustainable Development Goal 8, provides for a decent and a fair livelihood for every worker. So that is why the governments worldwide are working for the formalization of economy, so that they can provide their workers a kind of security which will help in their increasing in their productivity and also their efficiency. But with the coming up of the gig economy, are we bringing in more informality in the formal sector itself, or these disruptions brought by the gig economy are changing the labor patterns completely? So the definition of gig and platform economy has been highlighted by the Code on Social Security, which is a document by Government of India. It is a non-standard form of employment. Open-ended, full-time and dependent employment relationship does not exist now. And it also brings the considerable overlap that is there and coming up of an informality in the formal sector. That is something my research aims to question also. The challenges that are there in the gig economy, gender discrepancies, lack of framework in the governmental support. There is dearth of literature also in dealing with the gig economy. And most importantly, the fourth point is the advent of the gig economy and the online talent portals has given a new definition to jobs, employees, and employers who do not fit within the framework of current labor laws, presenting a major challenge and the need for a new labor models. These are some of the manifestations of gig work, both in India and abroad. In abroad, we have seen the labor patterns also dealing with the older population, while that is not the case in India. For the materials and methodology, I have worked for both primary and the secondary data source. The primary data source included the survey of 20 gig workers, while the secondary data source was taken from the data sets and the reports of government, basically Niti Aayog. And for international study, I have taken the reports of ILO. These are some of the sources. And so when we see this table, what we analyze is there is a considerable decrease in the informal sector, and the formal sector also remains unbalanced. But here again, we are not able to identify where does the gig economy lie. Between both these formal and informal debate, where does the gig economy lie? Because it is not completely formal, it is neither completely informal. Similarly, the kind of industries that we have seen, there is no definition of gig economy completely under one ambit, that it is formal or it is informal. The rise that we see in the informality in the formal enterprises shows the rise of gig economy. And that is what also shows that gig economy is neither completely formal nor completely informal. So this is the testimonials of the primary data. Now, most important part, we come up with the results and the discussion. The first is the difference between non-formal and informal. In language, there are no synonyms. If there is a different word, there has to be a different meaning. And what I want to establish is non-formal and informal is not the same. There is difference between the two. The general conception says that these are often used interchangeably, but the COSS 2020 also says that the platform workers are a step up from the informal ones. The main difference lies in the level of organization and also in the regulation. The non-formal economy is not essentially the part of formal sector, but it is organized and regulated to some extent. While the informal economy is completely unregulated, unregistered, and untaxed. The gig workers lead to non-formal economy and not informal economy. The digitalization and the platformization has given rise to a new classification, the platform labor, different from the traditional dichotomy that has existed. The characteristics are regulatory challenges, lack of labor protections, and the income reporting. The unclear dichotomy and the mixed problems. The formal and informal dichotomy has governed the Indian policy making since the decades. But what gig economy has essentially done is it has derailed the formal and informal debate. The some parts of where are formal in nature while the other parts are informal in nature. And if we still perpetuate this dichotomy of formal and informal, our outlook will not be anchored on the grounded realities. Will not be able to understand what are the now new legitimate and the new economic deemed structures that have come into being. So is this again reinforcing inequalities is something that comes into my mind. But then again the question is no. Recognizing separate category as a separate target is not reinforcing inequalities in any sense. So for effective policy formulation, what should essentially be done is, firstly, we need to differentiate that the gig workers are different. And when we talk about the gig workers, we need to identify that what kind of gig workers essentially need to be looked upon. Because gig work is done for the two ways. One is out of choice and the second is out of necessity. The ones who are at a good job, who are already at a good scale and good standard in life, they do gig work out of choice. It is their choice to earn extra income. But the ones who are helpless, who are completely into the informal sector and want to shift from informal to formal sector, do it out of necessity. And these are the ones for whom policy should be made, the ones who are doing gig work out of necessity. We need to inquire what are their specific needs and what do they want, and finally we'll have to come up with a policy that is based on all the bottlenecks, and that is also one which caters their needs particularly. The policy recommendations, rather policy should not be unrealistic, like the policy which talks about Jan Dhan account for the gig workers. It is quite a thing that goes without saying that a gig worker does not need a Jan Dhan account. He's already working on a platform. So these are some of the long-term measures, and as it was mentioned about the Rajasthan platform-based gig workers bill, which is passed in the 2023 and it is being tabled recently, and the implications of this bill have to be now assessed. So while I come with the conclusion, there is impact on the labor markets for the economy, income inequality and the social implications, economic performance and taxation, challenges and opportunities, legal and policy landscape, and the most important one is the future research direction and agenda of about gig economy. This is the policy, this is the research framework that I have used, talking about the nature, then their recognition as a separate economic group, what are the policy measures, and how is it leading to the non-formalization of economy. are the references that I have used to. I hope now the gig economy, the concept of gig economy is little bit clear than what it was earlier. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. This is about myself.
Can you just highlight your experience with the field survey, the nature of survey?
Yeah.
And the sample size?
Yeah, ma'am.
And the findings?
Ma'am, with the survey was taken for 20 gig workers. The 20 gig workers belong to Satyaniketan in the South Delhi. Now, the sample was randomly selected, and the questions included their problems, nature of work, and the expectations that they have. Now, there was a mixed kind of responses on the laborer side also. The one which was doing out of necessity, the gig work, with the ones who were doing out of necessity, they did not want anything more than their stable income and a very little measure for their social security. But the ones who were completely doing it out of choice had a broad range of expectations and had a broad range of what they wanted it to do for them. Their expectations and their experiences with gig economy were quite varied and different. It was not a monolithic concept, essentially. Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you.
Deepika Nath. Our next two presenters are online presenters. They would be the last presenters for today. Last two presenters for today. Deepika Nath, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible?
Deepika Nath.
Yes, I'm audible.
Yes, you can hear me, right? We are just turning up your volume. Just wait for a second. You can start presenting your screen if you have any presentation.
Actually, I'm not presenting any PPT.
Okay, she's not presenting a PPT. She would only be talking. You can start speaking, Deepika Nath.
Okay, I'm audible? I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, respected convener and chairpersons and others. I'm Deepika Nath. I am pursuing my master's in Rabindra Bharati University. My topic is tackling the drawbacks of gig economy, working conditions of platform workers. I have divided my topic into 6 parts. In the first part, that is the introductory part, means theoretical portions, and then the positive and negative sides of the gig economy. And then I move to the most important part of my discussion, that is the working conditions of the platform workers. And next, I comparative study with the other labor markets. And in the concluding part, I have given some. I have tried to give some possible solutions to the tackling the issues. As we know, in the decade of digitalization, the growing influence of internet economy via capitalism promoted a platform-based economic model, which was a subset of the gig economy. The term gig indicates a type of job that exists for a specific period of time. It was a kind of working management that broke the traditional employer-employee structure. What was based on hierarchy means that the chain of command and span of control exist. In the words of A.K. Bhattacharya, who was the editor-director of Business Standards, gig economy create contract assignment structure. Niti Aayog published a report titled India's booming gig and platform economy, imagining that India's gig workforce will expand 23 million by 2029 to 30. Based on this economic model, 56% new employment was generated by both blue and white collar workforce. In India, as an emerging economy has a strong push from this model of economy. COVID-19 pandemic plays a major role in building up the gig economy. In India, Uber, which was US-based service sector, and Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, InDrive are influential platform-based sector. It was recognized as an informal sector, which meant labor laws are not implemented here. Technological innovation erases the gap between the laborers and the labor markets. Smartphone users easily access the platform with the sign in them, approve the company's algorithm, and by fulfilling some basic requirements, they start earning. Chairman of ASSOCHAM, S.K. Jindal, emphasized the positive sides of gig or platform economy. He said that it was better to have nothing, which means jobless, or in Marxian term, have nots, to have something. It was a win-win condition for workers or partners and the companies. Anyways, the positive sides are it broke the traditional employer-employee relationship, flexibility of work, independence, pay instantly, variety of jobs, arising startup cultures, rising demands for part-time and contractual laborers, earning alongside with other responsibilities. We cannot completely deny the positive sides of gig economy, which provide the insights of India's economy. However, it was a major consequences that reflect the dark side of this economic model. These are expected social safety net does not ensure for workers, low wages, algorithm of service sector, unattainable targets, not having proper institutionalization. This software-based system ensure easy access to various kind of services that follow a client-oriented approach and provide companies make enormous profit through providing these services. But workers' conditions is vulnerable because of the misinterpretations of employees. Many platforms define them as independent contractors rather than employee. According to the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy in 2023, India's growing unemployment rate plays a significant role in increasing the labor participation rate. Unskilled or illiterate and even educated young generation will participate in causal work, which means work without social insurance. Lack of consciousness and the diplomacy of advanced capitalism isolate or alienate the labor. Because of this, they are not enjoying their fundamental rights, that is, the right to form an union. Absence of collective will. Capitalists get a chance to dominate or suppress them through creating false consciousness. This informal labor does not enjoy better wages, social insurance, holidays, health benefits, etc. False consciousness generates the idea of making more money to achieve unattainable targets given by service sectors. They often have to work long hours, even late at night, using various applications to make enough money. This can lead to fatigue. App algorithm and customers rating created high stress. The Vivigiri Institute, the training wing of the Union Labour Ministry, is sharing information and creating awareness program relating to platform workers and their security. The Code on Wage 2019 ensured minimum wage for organized and unorganized sector, including gig workers. Indian Federation of App-Based Transport Workers in September 2021 filed a PIL in the Supreme Court demanding social security benefits for platform workers. Platform workers are not covered under the purview of Minimum Wage Act 1948 because their number of working hours are not fixed. In the meantime, because they are recognized as informal or unorganized workers, they are not able to go to the labor court to appeal their problem. They have to go to the civil or criminal court to resolve their issues. All over India, workers try to improve their working conditions. Recently, blanket workers protest in Delhi and demand legal remedies. All India's gig workers union, with the support of Center of Indian Trade Organized sector, Niti Aayog gave various recommendations for improving working conditions, but that are not binding to the service sector. In the globalizing world, the platform economy grows like a cobweb. Compared to the working conditions of platform workers, Global South is more vulnerable than Global North. ILO's fundamental principle, right to association and collective bargaining, are not implemented yet in India. American company Uber CEO Dara Corso Sasi asserted that their greater responsibility to stakeholders, customers, and colleagues. He does not emphasize upon workers. But in the USA, they are very much active in lobbying to fulfill their needs and push the government to make public policy to ensure social security for workers. One of the reasons for their active performance was strong civil society that rarely exists in India. Because of public pressure in 2021, India's food delivery platform, Mithun and LMO, promised to end the practice of forcing workers to register as independent workers. All China federations of trade union promote unionizations of workers. However, European Union, UK, USA, Switzerland, Belgium, they have also taken the various initiatives.
Your time is up.
Just 1 minute. I have given some possible solutions that are the government that is government should be more responsible to formulate public policy that provide benefits to workers and serious about proper implementation of these policies. Social safety net should be provided by labor code. Apps should be changed their inhuman algorithm to sustainable economic growth to protect necessary requirements of workers, and organize awareness program that helping to active civil society and bring back the workers from false consciousness that was created by capitalism. And lastly, active initiation by civil society. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika Nath.
One question only. See, you have mentioned in
Yes.
your abstract.
Can you hear?
Sir?
You have mentioned in your abstract.
Is sir audible?
Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Yes, sir, please ask.
That it is a pilot survey, used observational and interviewed method to identify problems. What do you mean by pilot survey? What is your observational method? What is your interview method? What was your sample?
Sir, actually, I'm doing my master's, so that I'm not that much in research and field work. So I just pilot survey means I'm in many times ago my neighbors have joined the gig platform workers, and I just observe what are the problem they facing, and I have asked so many questions, and they are answered that this problem I mentioned that. This problem are facing by them. This is my observational method, and I interview them, approximate 30 people I interview. And the pilot survey means I just not into deep into the research, but I just I have not cleared the research question. I have further study more, and pilot survey means this is the basic standard of research.
Thank you, Ms. Deepika.
Thank you so much.
Our last presentation for today is by Ms. Shruti. You may start presenting now.
Is my voice audible? Hello, is my voice audible?
Yes. Rishabh, can you pin Shruti?
Yes. And is my voice audible to everyone?
Your video is not on, Ms. Shruti.
1 second, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am?
Yeah.
So, yes. Good evening to one and all present here. Today, we all have gathered here to celebrate two-day G20 Y20 National Conference on Future of Work in Amrit, Kaal in India, the demographic dividend and 21st century skill. I, Shruti Bansal, is highly honored and is feeling privileged to have been given the golden opportunity to present my research topic on unraveling the gig economy, the challenges and mitigation strategies for gig workers. Now, this is a presentation overview, which is as follows. We'll be covering introduction, research problem, literature review, research methodology, research objectives, findings, mitigation strategies, conclusion, implications, limitations, scope, and references. So in the figure on the right hand side, it is displayed that the global gig economy's gross payment value is expected to increase from $204 billion in 2018 to $455 billion in 2023, according to MasterCard and Kaiser Associates. Now, talking about the introduction, the first question which comes to our mind is that what is a gig economy and who are the gig workers? The gig economy is an economic system that uses online platform to digitally connect workers and individual service providers with consumers. Independent workers, part-time workers, temporary or contractual employees, call-based workers, telecommunications, and independent workers, and online or e-lancers are all terms which are related to gigs. So gig work is also known as short-term contract work and independent work. So the image on the right-hand side shows that India's gig workforce is low-skilled, where 19% of people are involved in cleaning and micro tasks, 17% in personal services, 8% in deliveries, 45% in ride-sharing, and only 42% of workers are high-skilled freelancing workers. So the research problem was identified after doing an extensive literature review, and it was found that while the gig economy offers prospects for independence and flexibility, it also poses several difficulties for gig workers, including the lack of benefits, financial instability, job insecurity, and the possibility of being exploited by the platform businesses. So the current study intends to explore the intricacies of the gig economy with a particular emphasis on the difficulties experienced by the gig workers and the identification of practical mitigation measures to improve their well-being and job satisfaction. The image on the right-hand side shows the breakdown of the gig workforce in India. 48% of the workforce belongs to the age group between 26 to 40 years, 32% belongs between 19 to 25 years, and the remaining 20% of the workforce is from 41 to 60 years of the age group. Talking about the literature review, according to Tran and Solis in 2017 and Benak and Montaner in 2007, the economic and social pressures to provide workers with tools and equipments, have few prospects for training and career development, receive poor pay, have no job stability, and facing wage discrimination against specific groups, particularly women, make workers vulnerable. According to Harpur ETAL 2020, most of the gig economy considers that self-employed gig workers may not qualify for social insurance and social assistance, such as overtime pay, unemployment, and medical benefits. So after doing the literature review, the research gap was identified, which showed that while some studies have looked into the income instability, lack of job security, and restricted access to benefits that come with gig employment, a thorough grasp of overall difficulties that gig workers experience is still lacking. So there is a need for research that investigates the complex interactions of factors impacting gig economy, gig workers, rather than focusing on isolated issues. So the objectives of the study are to dwell into the drawbacks associated with the gig economy and propose strategies to tackle these challenges. So the research methodology, talking about that, in this study, the SMART PLS SEM 4.0 was used to test the model and hypothesis. The sample size of the study is 356, which is collected from the gig workers residing in Delhi NCR, National Capital region, one of the India's major urban center and big hub for gig economy in Delhi NCR. On the right hand side, the conceptual model of the conceptual model of this research study has been displayed, where 5 factors were chosen: financial issues, administrative issues, career issues, emotional issues, and personal benefit issues which are faced by gig workers. And on the basis of that, the hypotheses were developed. Like H1, financial issues are significantly faced by gig workers. H2, administrative issues are significantly faced by gig workers. H3, career issues are significantly faced by gig workers. H4, emotional issues are significantly faced by gig workers. And H5, personal benefits are significantly faced by the gig workers. So total 5 factors were taken and 15 items were identified. Now, talking about the findings of the study, we found that the value of R square, which is shown on the right hand side of the screen, we found that the R square is 88.9%, which means that the selected 5 factors have 88.9% impact on the gig workers. Second, gig workers frequently experience severe financial difficulties that can significantly affect their ability to support themselves. Next, managing the logistics of their employment without the aid of administrative infrastructure like accounting and marketing departments is an issue that gig workers frequently, frequently face. Next, gig workers encounter major career related issues as well, they have less chance of career development. Next, with technological advancement that allow for virtual communication and collaboration, gig workers are not experiencing the feelings of isolation due to regular face-to-face interactions with their colleagues on online platforms. And the last is the absence of employee benefits presents gig workers with yet another significant hurdle. So the mitigation strategies are expanding the clientele, that relying on only one customer or platform can be dangerous, to lessen reliance on a single source of income, looking for the possibilities to collaborate with numerous clients or platforms, then creating a strong online presence. Next is to improving their skills, abilities. Next is establishing the firm boundaries and using the time management skills. And the last is making a financial cushion. So from the study, on the right hand side, the hypothesis testing results have been displayed, where the p-value, which is if it is less than the 0.05, we have accepted that hypothesis, except the fourth hypothesis, which is emotional issues are significantly faced by the gig workers. And the reason I have already mentioned before in the findings, that why this hypothesis have been non-significant. So concluding, so the gig economy in India presents a range of opportunities and challenges. While it offers flexibility, expanded...
Shruti, please conclude now.
Yes, ma'am. So the gig economy in India presents a range of opportunities and challenges. While it offers flexibility, expanded job opportunities, and technological empowerment, it also poses challenges related to social protections, income instability, and regulatory ambiguity. Addressing these challenges requires a multi-stakeholder approach involving government, gig platforms, workers, organizations, and financial institutions. So by implementing the measures to enhance social protections, mitigate income volatility, and establish clear regulatory frameworks, India can nurture a gig economy that is inclusive, sustainable, and supportive of workers' well-being. So these are the implications which I have discussed in detail in the research paper: theoretical, practical, managerial, and social implications. And this is the limitation and scope of the study, which is displayed on the screen. And these are the references which I have used in the research paper. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti. Do the judges have any questions? No, there are no questions for you, Shruti.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
With this, with this, we come to an end of our long day of the conference. Now we have ended with the track 1 and the track 2 of the Young Researchers Symposium. Tomorrow we would be having the track 3 and the track 4. And I request you all to be present tomorrow by 10 a.m. for the rest of the conference, day 2 of the conference. Thank you so much for your patient sitting. It was a long day. I understand everybody is very tired now. Thank you so much. I declare the session closed for today.